going to hear from the president-elect, soon-to-be President Trump. We're going to see the actual swearing in from the Chief Justice, as well as Justice Kavanaugh, and we expect to hear from a number of different dignitaries, as well as the senators who are leading the inaugural festivities here, Senator Klobuchar of Minnesota and Senator Fisher of Nebraska. Now, of course, you have a lot of people that came from all over the country, Shannon and John, to be here for an historic event. I was talking to some of them last night, and they said, well, of course, they would like to witness this in person. They do understand, given the temperatures, of just how tough it would be to be out here for hours on end, even though we, of course, have seen this happen for so many years. Within the last about 30 minutes or so, we have seen the president-elect as well as President Biden make their way here into the Capitol. If you, I don't think there's a Chevy Suburban that's free within 1,000 miles of here, because there is such a large presence of security, not only for the people about to be sworn in, but for the people that are leaving office, for the former presidents, for their families, for the heads of state that are coming from around the world to be here today. Security, as you would expect, has certainly been at a heightened level, much more secure from what I saw even 8 years ago. I covered Trump's inaugural in 2017, and this feels like it's 5 times that level, Shannon and John.
All right, Mark Meredith, we will check back in repeatedly with you over the next few hours. Thank you so much.
All right, now let's check in with Mike Emanuel. He's live inside the Russell Rotunda, as we mentioned, where the president will be sworn in just a few minutes. Did we see the Russell Rotunda? That would be the Capitol Rotunda. Mike.
John Shannon, good morning to you. Yes, Inauguration Day 2025 has been very traditional in many ways when you had the Trump family attending church services at St. John's Church, just a short walk from the White House, a historic place where many commanders-in-chief have gone for worship and an opportunity to reflect on the problems facing them as president of the United States. And so the Trump family starting at church there. Soon after that, the first family-elect went to the White House, was greeted by the Bidens for tea. President Biden said to President-elect Trump, welcome home to the White House. They went inside and had tea for a while, and then we've seen the first family come from there to the Capitol building, and then watching the scene in the Capitol Rotunda play out. Talk about the hottest ticket in Washington, some 800 seats or so inside the Capitol Rotunda. And so it's really the ultimate test of how you stand in Trump World 2.0. We've seen some of the tech titans like Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and Jeff Bezos inside the Capitol Rotunda. We've seen cabinet nominees to the Trump cabinet, the second Trump cabinet. And so it's been interesting people watching as you see dignitaries from this era of the Trump team and also previous presidents and first ladies file in. As you mentioned, former President Barack Obama just arriving moments ago, former President George W. Bush and former First Lady Laura Bush just before them. And so great people watching inside the Capitol Rotunda, as it's a much more intimate gathering inside the Rotunda. John, Shannon.
All right, Mike Emanuel, Forrest Mike's going to be with us all afternoon as the pomp and ceremony continues. I was disappointed when I heard that this was going to be moved inside, but I actually like it.
It is a different feel. You and I have covered many inaugurations, usually outside freezing, with, you know, the million or so people who decide to show up.
Members of the Supreme Court come in?
Yes, where I spend most of my time. And it looks like, we didn't catch them all, but from the beginning, it looks like almost all of them may be there. You see the chief, followed by Justice Kavanaugh, Justice Thomas Alito.
I would hope they're all going to be.
Well, you know, sometimes you save one out from these situations who may not come, but Justice Sotomayor and Kagan, Gorsuch, Justice Barrett, and it looks like Justice Jackson. So all the current members appear to be there, and including also retired Justice Breyer, bringing up that group as well.
I mean, I love when it's outside and you've got the platform at the west front of the Capitol and you look down the mall. It really is an incredible scene. But this is almost a more ceremonial, intimate scene.
It is.
Than you would have at the west front of the Capitol.
And such a rare one in modern times. Of course, Ronald Reagan, President Reagan's second inaugural 40 years ago was inside. And you and I have been here downtown with all of the people who've come to town. Many of them don't have tickets for things, but they had planned to come and just be a part of this on the National Mall. They're still very excited, filling the streets, happy to be here. But there are limits on what they can actually see up close and personal.
There is. And they took down all the big screens in the mall, and they're not letting anybody down there. But it still hasn't dampened the festivities on the streets. When I checked into my hotel last night in the middle of a snowstorm, there were all these people out on the streets, and they were just enjoying the atmosphere of being here for this historic
Yeah,
event.
and being with each other, some of them going to balls and to other parties and things, but just wanted to be here to be part of the atmosphere and the event, even if they're not going to be on the National Mall as we all traditionally are. We have our own panel of excited people to join us now. Let's bring in our panel. We've got former RNC Communications Director Doug Heye, townhall.com editor and Fox News contributor Katie Pavlich, Fox News contributor and Outkick columnist Mary Catherine Ham, and Fox News senior political analyst Juan Williams. Great to have you all here for this eventful day.
Yes.
So you're the RNC guy. Why don't you start us off? How do you view this event? Because this is a political comeback. Grover Cleveland had quite a political comeback when he was inaugurated for a second non-consecutive term. But I don't think that he had the foibles that facing him, that Donald Trump had facing him. So in terms of political comeback, how would you rate this?
Probably number one over Richard Nixon being number two. It's that rare what Donald Trump's done. But I'm also viewing today as working in House leadership during the 2013 inauguration. And the planning for that started in September. I remember the event where John Boehner and Nancy Pelosi did the symbolic hammering of nails and so forth. And even when you're doing that planning of an outdoor inauguration, you have to do the secondary planning of what happens if it's this cold and we have to move indoors. So what we're seeing, while it is a scramble, is completely planned, but there are always foibles that go with this. So we know that a lot of the flags in capitals throughout the country are being raised today for President Trump's inauguration. Currently, the Capitol's flag is not at full mast because the court is frozen. So that tells you why we're all inside today. Hopefully they'll fix that.
Doug Heye with the interesting factoid.
He's got the inside scoop. Yeah, because Speaker Johnson had said, although we have this period of mourning over the death of President Carter, that there were going to be these decisions to lift the flags in various capitals, and our capital here, at least just for today. But ironic, one, that it's so cold that they can't move it, and that's why we're here inside too.
That is the most interesting factoid I think that I've heard in my entire time in Washington.
Doug's thing about the rope being frozen. Well, it's very real if you're out in the wind and if you're up high. You know what I would say? I've noticed among friends who are donors to Donald Trump, some sense of, gosh, I didn't get a ticket. And so these are people who came a long ways, and they would like to be right there. That was the expectation, but it's just not realistic. So I always, in my own internal emotions, I oftentimes have confusion over patriotism and faith. And in this moment, when I'm looking in there, it almost looks to me like a church service.
Yeah.
And it has this sense of order and people in the pews lined up. And I am particularly happy, I must say, that Democrats are there in good number, and even, maybe Doug would disagree, but even people like Mitch McConnell, who have had their differences with the president-elect.
Yeah, in fact, I took the train down from New York yesterday and was sitting across from Congressman Josh Gottheimer, Democrat from New Jersey. He told me about 70 House Democrats are going to attend. He actually thought that number was low and should be higher. I agree with him.
Right.
But that's a good sign. And Democrats have to figure out who they are going to be over the next 2 and 4 years. The ones who are in that room are clearly making a political decision that they want to be seen as working with this administration.
Well, and one, you had mentioned that there are people disappointed they didn't have tickets. Before, just a couple of weeks ago, when this was still supposed to be outside, the reporting was that even all the VIP things, people had maxed out what they could give. There was nothing else to provide people with, a special party, a special ball, a special ticket to anything, Katie. People who were not always Trump fans, many of them have really come around for this event today.
All the VIP packages are given away or sold out in this town, including helicopter rides around to see the frozen tundra that we're sitting in. But, the inauguration is not for Republicans, it's not for Democrats, it's for the entire country. And there actually is a feeling throughout the past weekend, but especially today, that Americans are coming together. People who previously had disagreements with former President Donald Trump, soon to be the next 47th president, including people in Silicon Valley, people on Capitol Hill who maybe had very big disagreements with him, people who watched him go through his first term. And if you look at the last 10 years and what President Trump has been through, 2 impeachments, getting to this point, and you watch his family walking into the Rotunda. Ivanka Trump walked in. She served as his senior advisor during his first term. And then you saw Susie Wiles sitting there, who, of course, is now going to go on to be his chief of staff, was the campaign manager. And then, of course, Laura Trump as well, who was a big part of the RNC getting him over the finish line in November. So it's a big day for his family, a big day for the country, and it's exciting to watch everybody coming together for the good of America.
Mary Catherine Ham, one of the ways you can tell how much things have changed is a moment ago there was a picture of Trump's cabinet, some of Trump's cabinet members, and we see Marco Rubio there, and we see it's very interesting, sitting with the cabinet. Right close to Marco Rubio is Jeff Zuckerberg. There's Jeff Bezos on the right-hand side of the screen. Of course, Elon Musk stopped being a Democrat a long time ago and helped out Donald Trump. But the fact that you have these two tech titans who spent tens of millions of dollars battling Donald Trump in 2020, and now they're sitting with the cabinet. What do you make of that?
No, it's truly remarkable, and perhaps the term vibe shift is overused, but I'm not sure it is when you see this display, right? And for those of us who've been sitting here, sometimes covering it for the whole arc, it is remarkable. You've watched this guy come back. You've watched a building of a new coalition, a realignment of sorts in politics, 2 assassination attempts just in the last year. And so I think, to Doug's point, Democrats deciding who they're going to be and other leaders deciding who they're going to be, they're deciding to be more normal about Donald Trump this time around, which is probably where they should have been the first time around, and they'd be in better shape now. Because he's being treated as this is a normal inauguration.
All right,
folks are lining up.
So here is Dan Quayle, who was the vice president under Bush 41, I'm sorry, and then Mike Pence, who had a good relationship with Donald Trump for almost all of his first term, right up until the very end. Although I did see Shannon at Jimmy Carter's funeral. When Donald Trump came in and Mike Pence was already seated, he came up and he shook hands with Pence, and they had a couple of words.
They did, and
I'd love to know what the words were.
Well, I would too, but you'll also notice that Karen Pence at that Carter ceremony did not get up and greet the Trumps. And she does not appear to be with Vice President Pence today. And he has said, I respect and love her. She is her own person. And, you know, she apparently doesn't look like she's going to be there today.
William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton.
I'm struck by what an interesting coalition of people this is there today. Of course, you know, former presidents and people who are prominent Democrats come as we talk about patriotism and the peaceful transfer of power, those kinds of things. But John, as you talked about, the tech titans and people who had actively opposed President Trump at times, part of this audience, he put together a coalition to win. That's unlike anything we've seen before. I would expect that we have another former president coming with the flourishes that are being announced here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by Mrs. Laura Bush.
Well, everybody is coming out.
They are.
This is interesting.
And as you said, this is a different ceremony being inside. It feels much more controlled. And we can see and hear all of these announcements. That's not the way that this usually happens when it's outside and everybody's kind of bundling in there and quickly trying to get to their seats for this.
I've got to say the sense of pageantry is greater being inside the Capitol Dome. And it's just such a resplendent scene as well. All right, flourish coming up here, and this ought to be Barack Obama.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama.
And notable that, again, Michelle Obama is missing. She did not attend Carter's funeral. There was another event at which she was not present, and she's not present here, leading a lot of people to wonder what's going on. Why isn't she attending these events?
Well, I mean, we were told for the Carter funeral there was a scheduling issue, and I'm not sure about today, but yes, there will be much speculation about why she is not there. But there's also been a lot of attention on the fact that President Obama seems to be rather positive and upbeat. His conversation with President Trump at the Carter funeral got a lot of attention as they seemed very chummy. And some folks on the left side of the aisle did not seem to be too happy about that.
Drew a lot of internet memes as well.
It did. There were a lot of memes from that day, for sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts, Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States.
And of course, it'll be Chief Justice Roberts who delivers the oath of office to President Trump for the second time. And There seems to be pretty general consensus, and I heard Donald Trump Jr. say this at an event on Friday night, that Trump comes into his non-consecutive second term with a much greater head of steam than he would have had he been reelected in 2020, because the country was in the throes of COVID pandemic, the economy was going down, he was beset with so many lawsuits and other court cases, and it would have been a continuation, obviously, of his policies, but for the last 4 years, he's had a chance to regroup, rethink things, re-strategize, and then he goes into this with a head of steam he probably never would have had in January 2021.
He does, and he now has the highest approval rating that he's had in our Fox News polling the entire time we've been polling him. So for him to come in his second term with those numbers, I'm sure is very encouraging. You mentioned the Chief Justice will swear him in. Justice Kavanaugh, it appears, will swear in Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. His wife, Usha Vance, who is a very accomplished attorney in her own right, clerked for Justice Kavanaugh, and so it looks like he'll be doing the honors for the vice presidential swearing in.
And that's the podium from which the president will give his inaugural address. We have got some excerpts from that. Some of the things he's going to say is, I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. And of course, throughout our coverage, we'll talk about the, not each one of them in depth, but we'll talk in general about the 200 or so executive orders and other executive actions that he's planning to sign in his first day in office. A lot of people talk about the first 100 days. I think that this could be measured in the first 100 hours or even the first 100 minutes, as we see Doug Emhoff and the First Lady walking into the Capitol Dome there to take their places. So, Katie, what are you thinking about the momentum with which
Tiffany
Donald Trump
and Barron Trump?
Tiffany and Barron. I should.
Barron was a child when he was in the first term.
He was a lot tinier.
Yeah, much shorter.
Look at the pictures. When you look at the pictures of the first inauguration, he looks like a kid.
Yeah, he does.
Now he looks like he's on the NBA.
He's a man in the college world and moving on as an adult now.
Yeah,
I mean, it looks like he's starting forward.
He does.
Basketball.
But John, to answer your question about the momentum that the next president here in a couple of minutes, the American people also got to see a stark contrast between the policies of Joe Biden and the way that he used his bully pulpit, the way that he used the government to implement a number of policies that really did a lot of damage to the American people, including passing massive legislation and spending only with Democrats in a non-bipartisan fashion on Capitol Hill that increased inflation, that caused so much damage in terms of the economic progress of the country. So when people went to the polls in November and were watching the campaigns over the course of the past year, going from Joe Biden to Kamala Harris on the campaign trail for the Democrats, they were able to have a very recent experience of what the Trump administration was during his first term and what the Biden administration looked like. And they saw that Joe Biden promised to pull the country out of a crisis, out of COVID. He wasn't able to do that in a way that was sufficient. And Americans went to the polls for the second time to elect Donald Trump as the president because they could compare and contrast very easily in recent memory those policies that benefited them or hurt them in a number of ways.
Well, I think it's in the Fox News poll that came out last weekend, it said 54% of the voters really voted to reject Biden-Harris as opposed to elect Donald Trump. Now, what you're hearing from the Trump camp is we've got a mandate. I'm not sure about that. Yes, he's more popular now than he's ever been. But, his victory was, I think, 1.2% in terms of popular vote margin. And when you think about, other presidents coming in, right now, Trump at 50%, George W. Bush was at 58%, Obama at 76%, Biden was at 59%. They had far more a sense of push from the American people at that moment. One of the things that really speaks to me is in the Fox poll, 46% of Americans said they're scared in this moment. 40% depressed, 39% angry. Among Democrats, 77% say they're scared about what's to come.
Well,
There's probably no word in politics that's more overused than mandate. Every president claims they have a mandate. I think the reality, though, for Trump, where he's in a good position here is, yes, it's a very small majority in the House, but it's a majority. obviously has a majority in the Senate. As we saw the Supreme Court justices walk in, they're all older than they were when Donald Trump was president last time. So he could get one or two maybe appointments in the next 1 or 2 years with a Senate majority. Big deal for him.
The Republican staff director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Ms. Emily Leviner. The Senate Secretary for the minority, the Honorable Gary Myrick. The House of Representatives Chief Administrative Officer, the Honorable Catherine Spindor, and Mr. Bruce Fisher.
And Juan, as you dig through those poll numbers, we also asked people what they think should be the priority for President Trump on day one. And immigration was there at 13%, the economy and jobs at 13%. But when you look at that second grouping, inflation, when you put that together with the economy, it was 24%. So, Katie, that turned out to be what was foremost in people's minds. And Juan, maybe that gets to your point of the rejection of the current administration, as people didn't feel like their economic situation was in a good place.
Well, I think that's right. To discount the political shift here that the Trump campaign and Donald Trump himself, he's implemented a realignment of people's politics. He blew through the blue wall states that Democrats thought they had a lock on in 2016 with Hillary Clinton. That didn't work out. It didn't work out this time. You look at the coalitions that the Trump campaign was able to cut into, the Democrats have depended on for a very long time. Minority groups, working class, unions, suburban moms, women and families who don't think that boys should be in their girls' locker rooms when they're playing sports. Issues that are common sense among regular, everyday Americans who aren't necessarily political and paying attention to the nitty-gritty of the ins and outs of what happens in Washington. He was able to speak to those people, and he was able to get a second victory, taking away from Democrats in ways that they're going to have a hard time getting back when it comes to their next presidential election. So he may not. Yeah, I would say he does have a MAGA mandate in the sense of the political victory that he was able to secure.
Yeah, I think some other things he has going for him is optimism on the part of the American people that there will be a change. I think that was something they were looking for, and you could see it in his favorability numbers, and preparation on their part. 2016, you guys remember, was a bit of a surprise victory,
very different,
even for the man who won, right? So coming in and implementing executive orders on that occasion was different. They were less vetted. It was a different group of people. The nominations felt different. I have seen prepared nominees. I have seen prepared executive orders that they've been talking about and preparing to launch for quite a long time pre-inauguration. And then you look at alignment with the American people's desires, and this Fox News poll shows 59% want illegal immigrants deported if charged with crimes. His language is very heavy on the criminal part when he talks about this. So he's aligned on that, his first executive order of business. And then in the congressional order of business, you got 54% wanting to extend the 2017 tax law. It's going to be tough because of these small margins, but he is in alignment with the American people on these things. Numbers above 50 are great for him.
Well, 62% agree with ending daylight savings time.
I know. I was about to say that this is not a policy proposal, but it's the most popular thing.
Everyone agrees it was the most popular thing in our polling, which is sort of hilarious. But I think you put that on your presidential platform, you're going to win next time.
Yeah.
He has talked, though, I think, in the past about ending daylight saving time, so we'll see. But some of the other things that he's going to do on day one, Joe Biden set a record for the most number of executive actions on the first day. It was a total of 17, 15 of which were executive orders. Donald Trump, right out of the box, he's going to direct the U.S. military to work with DHS to fully secure the southern border, establish a national priority to eliminate all criminal cartels operating on U.S. soil, direct designations of cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, which just opens up a panoply of ways to go after these things. Reinstitute Remain in Mexico, catch and release. The one thing that's already drawing a tremendous amount of fire is this idea that he is going to end birthright citizenship for the children of people who entered this country illegally. That's enshrined in the 14th Amendment. And one, can you just, with an executive order, say, well, we're clarifying, this is the way that they're putting it, we're clarifying the 14th Amendment to say that this does not allow children of illegal immigrants who were born in the United States to be naturalized U.S. citizens.
That's a roundhouse punch from Donald Trump, and I think it's a signal of discontent with immigration law in general in the United States. So it might have some impact. But your point is on point, John. It's not constitutional at the moment as we understand it. And so what you were saying about maybe clarifying, that would be the legal argument before the court to say, oh no, it can be viewed as constitutional, but it's quite controversial. I don't think it's going to be very popular. Picking up on this, also in the Fox poll, is a clear cry, I think, from Republicans and Democrats, that Democrats work with President-elect Trump and Donald Trump work with Democrats. I was a little surprised by this, given how polarized the country is. But people actually say now maybe bipartisanship would be a good thing. And I think you're going to see a lot of the initial measure taken in that way. They don't want him to go after his political enemies. There's just no appetite for that in terms of what the poll shows.
And potentially, what he does is less interesting than how he does it. So after he's sworn in, we know he's going to go into a private room in the Capitol and sign some of these executive orders in, potentially on the table that Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. And then he's going to do it at a public event. We've never seen anything like this before. No. Donald Trump, we talk about as the executive producer-in-chief. This is a perfect example of it. We've never seen this before.
And I'm sure that he will sign the immigration orders at the Capital One Arena. Again, just looking at the crowd there that's arrayed with the Trump family and the cabinet members, we saw Kim Bondi in sort of the second row there. She's probably a shoo-in to be Attorney General. Marco Rubio's there, who may get as many as 100 votes in the Senate, maybe 98,
immediately.
97.
That could be the first.
But you've also got Tim Cook from Apple there, and you've got two of the richest people in the world, in Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. I mean, it really is extraordinary to think of the people who have come to this really amazing historic event.
And you know, Doug, you talked about the fact that there were 70-some lawmakers, Democrats, who had agreed that they're going to show up today. One of them was, you know, we had him on Fox News Sunday yesterday, Congressman Jared Moskowitz. And I asked him about these things, Juan, that you cited about working together and how our polls were so strong, saying, yes, Democrats and President Trump need to work together. And I also talked to him about Congress having a 26% approval rating. And he said, and I quote, "It's because we suck." That's what he said. So he was saying that there's a lot of room to work together. And there are issues like the border, like Israel. They've got to make decisions about Ukraine, but they have some really short-term things they have to do. Mayor Catherine, that includes funding the government, because we run out of that money in the middle of March again. And we got the debt ceiling. The Treasury Secretary sent a letter Friday warning congressional leaders that that's going to be a very real issue and that they're taking extraordinary measures starting tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're walking on knife's edge even getting a speaker elected, which they did do in one vote. So I think that, you know, tells you what the future looks like, although it does tell you that Johnson was able to wrangle, right, in that situation. They're going to have to do things through reconciliation. It's going to be tight margins. But I think, look, just as Trump could overstep his mandate, so to speak, Democrats could test their already bad luck by not doing some of these things with him, I think.
All right. I think I saw Melania Trump. There she is right there. And Dana Perino was mentioning this morning that that is the hat to end all hats. And the way that she is outfitted today is just, there's Usha Vance as well. The way that Melania Trump is outfitted today is just stunningly elegant.
Gorgeous.
Katie, why don't you take that one on?
She looks absolutely amazing. The entire First Family does. And it's interesting to see some of these designers who have dressed in the past First Ladies but refused to dress Melania Trump the first time around, coming out and publicly talking about dressing her and being part of this new historical moment. You saw Oscar de la Renta posting photos of Ivanka Trump last night with a candlelight dinner of the dress they made her. And so Melania Trump was known for her fashion and sending messages the first time around. A lot of First Ladies are. Vogue magazine actually posted on their social media today a photo of Melania Trump in her inauguration gown for the first dance the first time around. So fashion is certainly back and a big focus, as she is the former model, of course, in the second term, and I think a lot of people are happy to see it.
I knew Katie was going to hit that one.
Listen, I
knew it.
Juan and I had nothing.
Well, here's the thing. We talk about these tech titans who are here. Fashion is a very powerful thing in this country as well. And as Katie said, so many designers and huge fashion outlets kind of took a pass on Melania Trump as the first time around as the First Lady. So it speaks more broadly, I mean, to U.S. industries that have shifted rightward, or at least in the short term, they have done that.
And America's tenor, Christopher D. Macchio.
All right, so the program begins.
can hear you calling me. You are calling me to pay true to thee, true to thee. I will be. Oh, America, no weeping. Let there be no wounded heart. I will keep you in my keeping till there'll be from your mountains grand and all through this land, you are beautiful to me. Oh, America, you're calling. Oh, I can hear you calling me. You are calling me to pay to thee, to thee. Oh, I will be. And we will be as one. Oh, America, you're calling. I will ever answer thee.
All right, so the program begins, and now we see the former Senate Majority Leader, now the Minority Leader, Chuck Schumer, walking into the Capitol Rotunda, and the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, behind him. And very soon, the President-elect will come in to take the oath of office. This is just such a
The
grand...
Honorable Jackie Barber, the Clerk
It's
of
such
the
a-
House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin F. McCumber, Mr. John Bessler, Mrs. Kelly Johnson, Mrs. Iris Weinshaw Schumer, and Mrs. Jennifer Scalise.
Just wanted to see who was being announced there, but it's just such a grand American tradition, isn't it? The peaceful transition of power. And there's the President-elect there, getting set to take his position.
Yeah, he and his family arriving a little bit earlier. He's had meetings this morning. Of course, he was at St. John's Church, which is right across from the White House at Lafayette Square. And always a memorable thing that the presidents worship there for many, many, many generations back. And he now proceeds to what will be his second swearing in, many years apart. And as we've already talked about here, there's such a different feel, the level of preparation, the awareness of what needs to happen when you take office. And here we see the former First Lady once again about to be the First Lady, Melania Trump.
That is an amazing, amazing look she has got on today.
And as much as folks, talk about wanting to be a part of what happens when this is usually outside. They're a lot more bundled up. And of course, the meme that went viral of Bernie Sanders, Senator Bernie Sanders, sitting there and spaced out as it was COVID time. People were spaced out. He had his gloves on. He was slumped in that chair, but it was very cold. I got to imagine a lot of these folks are happy that for today this is inside.
Didn't the company that made Bernie Sanders gloves sell about 1 million pairs?
They did.
After that meme came out.
It is a meme for all time.
Yeah.
I must say, looking at Bezos standing there and Musk and, Zuckerberg's in the crowd, too. I don't think these are right-wing populists. I think they're pragmatic businessmen, and they're there
the United States and the
because
Vice
we're on a
President
new
of
road
the
in
United
terms
States.
of American politics.
Ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan.
So various lawmakers who've taken part in prepping for the inauguration and escorting. This is done in a bipartisan way, which I think is always a promising signal, no matter whom is being sworn in, as we await the president-elect.
Here's the big show.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating.
All right, so J.D. Vance is taking his place here, and now we're going to hear ruffles and flourishes again in a moment as it announces the incoming 47th President of the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the Inaugural Ceremony Committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them, I counted, and of course, the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders, elevated by the will of the people, promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this inauguration day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this inauguration day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still that I may reason with you before the Lord. So Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same.
And allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success.
A tide of change is sweeping the country. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor, we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents. Something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal. which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation, and right now our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
You know the words, help me out here. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last. Free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead, and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose blood stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight are the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets in glee, the bombs bursting in earth, give proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
And there it is. For the first time in 128 years, a president has been sworn into office on non-consecutive terms as opposed to consecutive terms. The last time was Grover Cleveland back in the 1800s, and now Donald Trump has repeated that historic feat, again, only twice. That was quite a ceremony and quite a speech.
It was. And Carrie Underwood going a cappella when the music wasn't quite ready to go with her, but it was a beautiful moment because it got everybody else in the audience. She said too, okay, if you know the words, sing with me. And a beautiful moment of everybody singing together, America the Beautiful. This ceremony has been, as you said, John, very high on sort of pomp and circumstance. We heard from President Trump, his remarks, a phrase we've heard used quite a bit in recent days, a golden age, that America is going back to this golden era, golden age, where there will be optimism. He talked with a hopeful message today. It stands to me very much in contrast to the 2016-2017 inaugural address he gave that was criticized for being very dark. Speaking of American carnage, a very different tone today. From
this read kind of like an inspirational speech as well as a campaign speech, as he methodically took a sledgehammer to Joe Biden's agenda and policies, while Joe Biden had to sit there and listen to the whole thing. We've got a lot to digest with the panel, but first of all, we should mention something that happened just before the ceremony took place that we didn't get a chance to tell you about because the ceremony began and we didn't want to interrupt it. But literally on his way out of the door of the White House, Joe Biden issued pardons. And these were preemptive pardons for every member of his family who might be caught up in some sort of congressional investigation going forward. James, Sarah, Valerie Biden Owens, John T. Owens, and Francis Biden all received preemptive presidential pardons. So even if Congress were to launch an investigation into the Biden family and its business dealings, nothing could ever come of it legally because those pardons are now in place. So he's pardoned literally every member of his family, beginning with Hunter and then to his brother and his siblings.
And for things that are not yet charged or may never be charged. But John, when we think about this, you think about the House Oversight Chair, Congressman Comer, just days ago had sent communications to Pam Bondi, the woman who's been nominated to be President Trump's Attorney General, saying you need to bring at least one of these family members in on possible charges of lying to Congress. That happened just days ago, and in the final moments of his presidency, President Biden said, okay, well then I am going to pardon these people preemptively. James Comer, the chair of the House Oversight Committee, put out a statement saying it is a, quote, confession of corruption. That's his take on these last-minute pardons.
And President Biden's position, of course, was that this does not mean that any of them were engaged in illegal activity. I'm just protecting them from something that may happen in the future. All right, so as they head out to the east front of the Capitol, where there will be the departure ceremony for the outgoing president, Joe Biden, and the First Lady will depart, the former First Lady will depart as well. Let's bring in our panel to digest the speech. And Doug, why don't you start us off? This really, it kind of was like a continuation of his last campaign speech.
It was, and it was also sort of a State of the Union speech, especially since it happened inside the Capitol. We heard a laundry list of what he's going to do, and this was a speech for the base. Overwhelmingly what we heard were things that the Republican base wanted and hoped for, that he'll be able to do, some through executive order, some will require legislation. But I go back to what he said at one point, where he said the inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices. If there's a mandate for Donald Trump, it's on that and on immigration. Anything else, whether it's renaming things or the Panama Canal or what have you, is sort of off target for Trump. Focus on what got you there, and that'll have the best results for him politically over the next 2 years and for the midterms as well.
Yeah, and Katie, he ticks through a number of things that do touch on those items that Doug mentioned, and he did so by declaring a couple of national emergencies, one with respect to energy production and one with respect to the border, and he outlined some very specific things he intends to do today with respect to the border.
Well, I picked up on two big themes throughout the speech. The first is that Trump wants to solve the nation's problems: inflation, an open border, reestablishing sovereignty, drilling here so energy prices go down, making it more affordable for Americans to live every single day on products that they have to buy all the time. Also, he wants to build new things. He wants to push America to new heights getting back to this American pioneering spirit. I love when he said that Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. Also, in that vein, you have Elon Musk, who is an immigrant to the United States of America, who has built these amazing companies. SpaceX, Tesla, wants to take us to that next step. He also said the spirit of the American frontier is written into our hearts, and talked about how our ancestors forged across the continent for a new country. And so he wants to not only fix the problems that Americans have every single day, but wants to make a huge mark on the not just his legacy, but what America looks like for future to come.
Well, and when he talked about the future, he talked about getting the flag planted on Mars, and you saw a little bit of a celebration from Elon Musk in the crowd.
I'm surprised he didn't rip off his shirt and tie and reveal that he was wearing an Occupy Mars t-shirt.
He might be.
In that vein, Katie, he said, I stand here to prove that nothing is impossible, talking about his political comeback. In fact, impossible is what we do, he said. But Juan, tell us from the perspective of Joe Biden, who spent 4 years pursuing what he thought was a righteous agenda, sitting there in the rotunda of the Capitol as Donald Trump slowly cut it to pieces.
Well, I mean, let me just start by saying I thought that Amy Klobuchar, the senator from Minnesota, really sent a message to Donald Trump as well by talking about an orderly transfer of power, faith in democracy, and, you know, an America that remains confident in our constitutional process, given what happened in January 6, 2021. And this ceremony today, I think, is a confirmation of orderly transfer of power. And I think the Democrats want to drive home that contrast, and that's why she spoke as she did. Trump comes on the scene, and it seems to me he says as the golden age begins, John, what he sees is that Americans have been taken advantage of, and they won't be taken advantage of any longer. He spoke about radical and corrupt establishment that has extracted power and wealth from our citizens. So this is not the American carnage speech of his previous inauguration back in 2017, which, as you said, was viewed often as a dark speech. But this was like a campaign rally speech, to pick up on what Doug was talking about. I was noticing the response in the Capitol was a different, much different from what was happening at the Capital One Arena, where you see Trump partisans watching the event.
So just based on what you said there, contrast that with Biden's Oval Office farewell address, which seemed to be a very dark speech where he warned about the fragility of democracy, warned about the rise of an oligarchy here in the United States. Trump's speech seemed to completely contradict that.
Correct. He's totally optimistic. I mean, he expressed his confidence in himself, I think, because he sees himself, and this is why he got elected, he's an agent of change. I think from the Biden perspective, he's an agent of chaos and discord and disruption. But for what he sees of himself, he promises now to restore the Panama Canal, you know? He says that we got ripped off and China's running it. He promises to go forward with radical steps in terms of ending the Paris climate deal. He says that no longer will you have the government engaged in trying to, from my perspective, repair racial discrimination and bias by using diversity, inclusion policies in so many areas of government. This is a different agenda, and from President Trump's, I have to hold on now, I was about to say president-elect, but he's president now.
It's official.
From President Trump's perspective, this is an optimistic can-do vision.
Well, Mary Catherine, and today, this falls on the same day as we recognize Martin Luther King Jr. and his legacy. And President Trump talked about that. He said he wanted to specifically thank Black and Hispanic Americans who had come around and joined his coalition to win. And he said he vowed to make MLK Jr.'s dream come true in this country.
Yeah, he also talked about being colorblind and in bringing that into the government as opposed to some of the policies we've seen in the past. I think this speech had two parts. One was an explicit indictment of the Biden administration and many people in the room, and frankly, I think it was deserved. As illustrated, I'm going to keep it polite and use my vocabulary to say the ignominious behavior of pardoning his family as he went out the door. In many ways, he has been the lawless threat that he predicted Trump would be or thought Trump was in the past, and I do think that that should be pointed out. There's also something that's not just a right-leaning feeling, but all of this that Juan was laying out about a crisis of trust, corrupt establishment, the idea that in a catastrophic event, the government cannot give you basic services. I deeply appreciate him mentioning North Carolina in addition to California, which many have mentioned and he's mentioned during speeches this week. Those are real problems that real Americans face, and they feel this distrust from the lack of services. And then there's another part, which is aspirational. He wants to fix that.
All right, so we're watching everybody, including now President Trump and former President Biden at the front door, where the wind chill now is making it feel like it's 12 degrees outside as the First Lady hangs onto her hat. Our Mark Meredith is out the front of the front of the Capitol. Mark, what's it looking like from where you are?
John, I can attest the wind chill is absolutely bone-chilling. It is brutal out here. But like you said, for those people who've been inside for the last 2 hours or so, what an inauguration. You brought up so many great points, John, that this was a different kind of speech in the sense where we're used to hearing in an inaugural address. It felt much more like what we heard on the campaign trail, what we heard in the debates. The themes were not necessarily surprising. They're what Trump says all the time. But to hear them laid out right there before the former president, as well as so many members of Congress, of course, is notable. I also want to go back to what you and Shannon talked about a moment ago, the pardons that President Biden issued right before he left office. About a week ago, I asked President Biden in the Roosevelt Room, was there any possibility that he would pardon himself or any other members of his family? And he looked at me like I was an idiot because I asked the question, and he said, no, why would I pardon myself? There's no possibility. I haven't done anything wrong. And then as you and Shannon mentioned today, he decided to issue these sweeping pardons, preemptive pardons for so many members of his family. Now, what we are expecting here any moment now outside the East Capitol steps is we're going to see President Biden. We are seeing it. I'm sorry, I'm turning around so you can see right here. It looks to me President Trump with their President Biden, the former First Lady Joe Biden. I'm sorry, as we're seeing this live, you've got, I'd say, a couple of hundred dignitaries out here watching on the east front of the Capitol. We see members of the inaugural committee, Senator Klobuchar, Senator Fisher, that are out there. And we are now just waiting for this formal send-off where President Biden will head over to JBA, Joint Base Andrews. Then he's got about a 5-hour flight out to California. He's going to spend some days near Santa Barbara, out in Southern California for some rest and relaxation. But it is the end of the Biden era here as you see it visually. And the transfer of power, which has already happened. Now it's the formal send-off underway. John and Shannon.
All right, Mark Meredith out there in front of the east front of the Capitol. And you can hear in Mark's voice what happens when you spend that long out in a wind chill like that. The mouth starts to freeze, the lips start to get slow. Mark, great reporting out there in some very difficult conditions. As the vice president boards a limo now, and the president now having some final words with the former president, the outgoing president. They'll travel to Andrews Air Force Base. There's a helicopter out front there. We'll hear that take off soon. And they'll get on the 747, which is designated Air Force One when the president is on board. But I think they'll be using tail number 29,000. That's what they used to bring Jimmy Carter here. That will become known as Special Air Mission 29,000 as he heads off to California.
Yeah, and this is always such an interesting choreography.
Literally heads off into the sunset.
He does. He will be heading to the sunset. But this is such an intricate choreography that happens with an entire family moving out, an entire new family and administration physically moving into the White House in a matter of hours. That is very carefully scripted, very carefully done. And as you see there, both of these couples have spent time there at different times, and they will always have this in common, the presidency. And yet President Biden is the only one who defeated President Trump. He served in the middle of these two terms, and these families will always be intertwined. As you said there, we will be able to hear from our perch here, not too far from that helicopter when it lifts off. And it is very interesting how that happens here in Washington, often with decoys that lift at the same time so that Marine One is indistinguishable from the other two.
You know,
Biden and Trump are sandwiched in history. I don't know how it plays out, but always linked. I will note that Trump did not attend when Biden was inaugurated, so that's a little different. And I think that Biden goes out fearful, John, as you mentioned the pardons, of what Trump might do next. Trump says he wants to be a unifier. Let's hope it is.
You know, I was making note of the number of people who were in that ceremony that Trump beat in order to become president for a second
Both
time, or
sides
first
of the
time and
aisle.
second time. He beat Kamala Harris, Marco Rubio, Doug Burgum, Mike Pence, Rand Paul, Ted Cruz, Vivek Ramaswamy, Tim Scott. They were all there as the president, the former president, boards Marine One, now Marine Special Air Mission, I guess. The only one of the people in the crowd that Trump did not beat was Biden.
Well, you know what? In a way, I think he did. As I told you, the Fox Post said that most people who voted for Trump this time said they really were voting against Biden.
Yeah.
And I think that's pretty difficult. I think, you know, Biden's legacy, it's an odd moment to discuss it, but I think it may be a guy who didn't know when to quit.
This is Joe Biden's legacy right now. 4 years of Donald Trump and the dissatisfaction you hear from Democrats as he declares ERA is now law of the land by the stroke of a pen or a tweet, which is something he said he wouldn't do. By these pardons, this is why Joe Biden is unpopular in his own party right now, because this is his legacy.
Well, and something you talked about, Juan, we had two different audiences that we watched on camera here. There was the one in the Rotunda with lawmakers from both sides of the aisle, all kinds of officials, and also the folks over at Capital One. One thing that struck me as one of, you know, several things.
As they waved goodbye?
Yeah, as they waved goodbye to the outgoing president and first lady. But one thing that struck me that both audiences had a quite visceral response to was the talk of it's time to stop weaponizing the DOJ. And the using the government against enemies. And listen, Katie, there are a lot of President Trump's critics who said, we're going to be watching closely on that front because we think that's exactly what he's going to do.
Well, if you take the last minute, you know, up to the hour, top of noon, of Joe Biden pardoning basically his entire family for behavior that made him personally pretty rich. Okay, so let's start over. It's corrupt. Biden said repeatedly to the American people he would not do it. He did it. So maybe, and then you add the speech from the now President Trump talking about restoring trust in the justice system, saying, I know something about weaponized political government, persecuting political opponents. We're not going to allow that to happen. He says we're going to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. This is also something incoming Attorney General, if she's confirmed, Pam Bondi, talked about during her confirmation hearing last week. So maybe America can have a clean slate when it comes to the weaponization of the federal government and move forward with Donald Trump, as he says, if we work together, there is nothing that we cannot do.
So why don't we just take a moment here, just pause, because we've got a lot of time to talk about a lot of things, and just watch and listen as Joe Biden takes off for Andrews Air Force Base, the last time that he will be in Washington under these circumstances. Let's just listen in, because the helicopter's about to lift off.
It'll be interesting to see if he does it.
And so there it is. Former President Joe Biden takes off from the Capitol. Doug High was mentioning a second ago that sometimes they take a loop around the White House before they head for Andrews. We are right across the street from the White House, and we'll listen to see if that helicopter is going to come over us, or if it's going to head straight to Maryland. And one of the special air missions, either 28,000 or 29,000, that will take Biden out to California for a little more rest and relaxation. And and leave the Oval Office in the hands of the 47th President of the United States. Looks like he's just going to go straight to Andrews from there.
Such an iconic moment that's always part of this process. And as we talk about this peaceful transfer of power, President Trump is not going to waste any time. We talked about a number of these executive orders that will be signed today. There are also several potential cabinet nominees, and people have gone through their confirmations. We think that Senator Marco Rubio will officially become Secretary of State. Marco Rubio, he's probably the first one on this list, John, to get this done. The Senate's got a lot of work ahead of it. The new Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, replacing Mitch McConnell and his decades of service on the Hill in that particular role, has said he will keep senators here nights and weekends to get these confirmations done. So now we watch to see who's first and how quickly they proceed with many others who are going to have a rougher ride still ahead.
Oh, wait, we hear the helicopter. And it may be coming down for one last look at the White House before it heads off. But in fact, there it is. Doug, you were right on.
Here it comes.
Joe Biden taking one last loop around the White House and then heading to Andrews Air Force Base. Doug, you know your stuff.
One last look at the White House.
So what we're looking at now is Emancipation Hall. This is in the Visitor Center under the Capitol. I've actually never been in this hall because I've never been in the Visitor Center. This was constructed about a decade ago, and that's where we find our Mike Emanuel among some 1,800 other people who are going to hear more remarks from the 47th President of the United States. What's it looking like there, Mike?
Yeah, John Shannon, good afternoon to you. The good news for the folks there in Emancipation Hall, 1,800 or so, is they're going to get a chance to see President Trump in person. Up until now, they've had the blessing of being on Capitol Hill for this beautiful transfer of power, but they've been watching on screens like the rest of us. And so now they're going to get to hear directly from the new Commander-in-Chief, the 47th President of the United States, for about 10 minutes or so of remarks. Then from here, he will go to an area known as the President's Room, just off the Senate chamber, where he will start using that pen to sign a variety of documents. We know we expect presidential executive orders on everything from energy to DEI to the border. And so it's not entirely clear which ones he will sign, but we expect in all he will sign about 200 today. There you can see the dignitaries lining up on stage in anticipation of President Trump coming in to greet supporters. And again, we expect him to speak for about 10 minutes or so, talking about the magnitude of this day and obviously thanking these supporters for their diehard support over now 8 years of his political journey. But it's just a beautiful scene in Emancipation Hall. As you can see, the statue behind House Speaker Mike Johnson, the VIPs gathered on stage, and great anticipation as the president leaves the cold to go into Emancipation Hall and should get a very warm welcome from some supporters who've been out there waiting for him basically all day. John, Shannon.
Well, and Mike, you, like us, have covered many of these inaugurations. I'm sure you've been outside freezing, as we've done many years for this. I mean, the winds have really picked up here. So for these folks to be inside, and there have been limited ways to access some of these ceremonies just because of the logistics of moving them inside. I got to imagine there's a lot of excitement there, Mike.
No doubt about it, Shannon. And I think the coldest I've been was 2009, President Obama's first inauguration. I was out on the National Mall where the wind was whipping, and I think today is colder than that. So grateful to be inside today. But there you see House Speaker Mike Johnson addressing the crowd, and we expect the president in a matter of moments.
All right, let's listen in here.
Right now, already this morning, you can feel it around the country. We certainly felt it here in the city. America is coming together and roaring back again, and it begins today, as the president just told us. I know we'd all rather be gathered together on the National Mall with hundreds of thousands of our closest friends, but our disappointment is well overcome with our excitement for the future that we feel today. We have the chance to make the next 4 years the most consequential period in our nation's history. And as Speaker of the House, it is my great pleasure, my great honor, to introduce to you the man who will lead us to this new golden age, the decisive winner of the Electoral College and the popular vote, the 45th and the 47th, and the greatest president of our lifetimes, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you all so much for being here. And was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors, because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I looked, I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it, and then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record. Because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it, and we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator, and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great, and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple, and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, you know, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least, you know? So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop, but he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise is, he's our hero because, you know, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You know, you never know about that. I've been with other people that were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while, too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, to say that were extremely controversial. And between J.D. and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and they would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. This little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. When you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad, because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them, the level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed, and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. They say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. It's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, you know, where her father works, right? And, but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now would got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect. It's something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? That's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. All these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we won the Texas border that had never been won, as the governor said. He's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't, oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, J.D., the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. You didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency, and we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down very thankfully. The chart that came down on my right, Governor, had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, you've got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, you know what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, you know, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, you know, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, doesn't take that long time. They were all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have to wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we could just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it now, they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought. And they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before. But you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my #1 issue. They all said inflation was the #1 issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my #1. I talked about inflation too, but you know, how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States, and that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic, and he really was. So. Governor Abbott is he's a great man, a great leader, and but it did make him very more. Did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation. That's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it, and other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less. And they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make it would be, they'd have it down that in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows. But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that done, and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful, beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have, the bad thing about it is some bad things happened, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary, a very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten, and they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried. They tried like hell in the butt. They tried to do it, and around 9:02, they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, you know, I don't know if you saw Mr. Speaker in Washington. They had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, you know, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe, the one man said, I mean, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 80, 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. Now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me, and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to go. Right? Right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this, and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost off her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it, because you've been a great First Lady. A beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady, we love, and they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, so you've been listening to President Trump in his second speech of the day. He was very controlled and scripted in that inaugural address. But, John, you heard him say this speech is much better. This is where he's talking to his supporters. He talked about J6. He talked about weaponization of government. He talked about all the wrongs he still wants to set right, was referring back to 2020 and beyond. So, John, this was Trump unleashed. This is President Trump back in with a very friendly crowd after sort of the, listen, the inaugural speech had plenty of jabs and those kinds of things, but it really laid out his plans for moving forward. And he said this was the speech he really liked, was the one he just got to give here. Happened at the same time that President Biden was making his final goodbyes at Joint Base Andrews, and we will bring you those remarks in just a bit.
Yeah, and the Special Air Mission 747, which yesterday or earlier this morning would have been called Air Force One, carrying Biden, took off from Andrews Air Force Base a short time ago to carry him out to California. So Joe Biden has left Washington. The 46th presidency has come to an end, and the 47th presidency now is about 2 hours underway. Interesting to note that while this was the speech that perhaps President Trump would have liked to have given there in the Capitol Dome, I think the one that he did give, which was written by his longtime speechwriters Vince Haley, Ross Worthington, and Stephen Miller, was very powerful and very effective and laid out his agenda. And in doing so, right in front of Joe Biden, who, of course, was not allowed to say anything, literally took apart everything that Joe Biden has done for the last 4 years. So let's kick this all around with our panel now, because there's a lot to talk about that we didn't get a chance to prior to the president's appearance here in Emancipation Hall. And from here, he's going, by the way, to the presidential room to sign some of these executive orders and other papers that he needs to formalize everything. But Katie, why don't you kick us off here? Trump said in his speech, this election was a mandate to reverse the horrible betrayal of America, and America's decline is over.
Yeah, and he's in his first line. He said, I will always, every day, simply put America first. The president, for decades before he ever decided to actually put his hat in the ring to run for public office, talked about how he thought the American people were being abused, that their taxpayer money was being sent overseas and squandered, that there was so much more that the country was capable of doing if Americans were able to be unleashed and allow that American innovation to thrive, not just inside the country, but also on the world stage. He also talked a lot about his role as commander-in-chief in terms of reestablishing sovereignty. He had a line about saying we will not be conquered or intimidated. And when you look at the Biden administration and the way that President Trump won this election, just look at the southern border, where the Biden team deliberately allowed in 20+ million illegal immigrants, many of which have violent criminal records of rape, murder, who then came into American communities and took the lives of a number of young people, either through fentanyl poisoning or through heinous acts. And so his first executive orders are very heavily focused today on restoring that sovereignty, closing the border, and also going after, as we're going to see tomorrow, a number of these criminal aliens living inside communities all over the country.
Yeah, and one of those actions, we see this CBP One cell phone app that President Biden, under his administration, had used to parole more than 900,000 immigrants into the country, has been canceled. That means people who wanted to use it for ports of entry, schedule ahead, you get your appointment. If you had an appointment, apparently all of that has been canceled. Amir, Catherine, I mean, this is the kind of stuff they pledged to do on day one. It has actual practical impact for people who are waiting at the border or had planned to come there. This has been a heavily criticized program during the Trump campaign, and today it's shut down.
Yeah, I mean, this is a result. Elections have consequences. Here it is. And, you know, there are various types of executive orders. In Trump's case, I'm going to disagree with some of them, no doubt. But many of them are having the federal government do things it should be doing and enforce laws, and taking the government out of things it shouldn't be doing. And so I appreciate those efforts. I also wanted to just note, watching these guys, the millennial moment of J.D. Vance and his wife, you know, ascending to this level, which is a generational shift of a kind. And to watch Usha, a working mom with her 2-year-old, with an array of Band-Aids on her fingers, which I'm sure she requested by character name, was just a neat moment. I actually teared up a little bit watching them all three together.
So he's going to declare, Juan, a national emergency at the southern border. And this is after years of hearing Alejandro Mayorkas, the outgoing Homeland Security Secretary, saying there's nothing wrong with the border. Maybe we've got some challenges there, but it's secure, it's closed. He's now declaring a national emergency. All illegal entries, he says, will be stopped and criminals returned to their country of origin. He is invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to try to get rid of gangs who have established quite a detrimental presence in this nation. So he's literally undoing everything that Biden did, reversing everything that Mayorkas has done. Is this the way forward?
I think it's the actions of a man who's president of the United States. So it's going to be the way forward. Now, do I think that it is realistic? Do I think, you know, look, he just said that any drug cartel now is a terrorist organization. He says he declares an emergency so he can send U.S. troops to the border. I don't think that that's going to stand with any court, that you're going to deploy American troops inside the United States. Wow. And I think that what you're talking about in terms of immigration, things like the birthright citizenship that he says now no longer, right, he says that no longer stands. Again, there will be constitutional challenges to that in a big way, John. But what he is doing is he is like a lightning bolt coming out of the box and speaking to a concern of the American people, which is they feel the immigration system is broken. He's not going for, bipartisan immigration reform. I think he's going to hold back on that kind of argument. But when it comes to ousting people who with a criminal history, I don't think he's going to get too much of a fight, and he's going to portray himself as a victor, a man who's come in conquest. But I will say, what struck me about the unscripted speech was that, wow, he spent so much time talking about January 6th. What is it? Did he have a Democratic speechwriter? I mean, why would he do that? That was really bizarre to me. And he's talking about Liz Cheney, who led the investigation and led to his impeachment. He's talking about General Mark Milley, who he suggested might suffer, for what he spoke about, some kind of betrayal to him, that he might suffer ultimate consequences. I don't know why he gets into that. That, to me, might appeal to the base. But if this is a moment where he wants to project unity to the American people, I just think it undercut that message.
It's so rare that you get a director's commentary on the inaugural address right after the inaugural address.
Exactly.
Well,
he may have had those authors, as you noted, John, but the second speech was all President Trump.
I thought that was the Festivus part of the speech.
Is that what it was?
The airing of grievance.
Exactly.
Thank you.
I got to say, as we're watching this, luncheon that happens, it's such an interesting thing to watch the couples of people that you see a few minutes ago. You see there Justice Thomas speaking with Ivanka Trump. A few minutes ago in the frame was potentially the incoming Attorney General, Pam Bondi, the nominee. In the same frame was Senator Bernie Sanders. You've got Justice Elena Kagan speaking with Mitch McConnell, the senator there. So this is one of those luncheons where you got, Doug, a mix of people who may or may not be so friendly after today is over.
No, it's always an interesting mix, and this is something that's supposed to happen. What we saw earlier with the speech, that is unprecedented. Certainly, President Trump didn't do that before. Biden, you go on through history. That sort of campaign rally within the Capitol is completely unprecedented. This is a good moment that actually you can have some bipartisan conversations in a more direct and frank way than you would otherwise experience. But I hate to agree with Juan, but I sort of have to here on what we saw with that second speech. Because so often what we talk about in politics is politics about looking forward, looking to the future. Donald Trump still has at least one foot rooted very much in the airing of grievances, as you said. I actually just tweeted that a few minutes ago. And talking about Hillary Clinton and Liz Cheney and all those things that voters are saying, fix the border and fix prices. Trump in his first speech said he's going to rapidly bring down prices. That's a tall order, and that's a marker laid. That needs to be your focus. You have to stay out of your own way, because this doesn't benefit you other than some laughs from political allies who are there for you anyways.
Well, in terms of the January 6th talk, we need to put some context into this, because there's potentially pardons coming for people who were participants in January 6th. And when you look at the way that the Biden Justice Department handled that situation, they took a number of U.S. attorneys working on very high-profile child sex trafficking cases, murder cases in a number of states, and brought them to then hunt down and prosecute people who came to the Capitol, maybe trespassed or were nonviolent in their offenses. There were people who were violent who should be prosecuted. There were a lot of people there who were prosecuted by the Biden DOJ, who they threw the book out and took prosecutors off of very serious, important cases to do so. And that's why some of those pardons are coming. So you can say he's stuck in the past, but he's also going to be stepping into the future with his new power and to issue these pardons.
And one of the rooms that was stormed was my office building.
Fair enough. But if you're overstepping your bounds, and you go back to the speech that Trump gave in the Rotunda today, he talked about moving forward. He talked about the distrust that institutions have among the American people and the overreach from the Department of Justice. They could have just stayed in their lane and prosecuted violent people who stormed into offices. They didn't do that. And so that's why we're here today with the potential pardons coming for these January 6 participants.
All right, any voter who voted for Donald Trump because they didn't like Joe Biden, because they didn't think he'd frankly stay alive for another 4 years, and they didn't like Kamala Harris, they're focused on the border. They're focused on crime. They want to look forward. They don't want to look backwards. This does nothing to get you those voters to hold on.
Well, they already won the
power.
election. It's his last term, so I don't think he's worried about
But you
that.
still need their support over the coming 2 years, and we have midterms, which are pretty important for Donald Trump's legacy.
Well, I would expect that we're not going to hear too much more in terms of speeches that Donald Trump just gave there in Emancipation Hall. But to Katie's point, there are a number of pardons that could be coming down the pike, and there were a number of pardons that happened on Biden's way out the door, too. So, you know, there's a lot of talk about
he can also thread that he does have a temptation to do this and not stick the landing when he's finished an inaugural speech. However, overreach is one of the complaints that Americans have, and he can thread the needle by dealing with that in a I would say there's a better way to do it.
Well, he's got another speech tonight.
He does.
At the rally.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things that strikes me we're not talking about is the resignation of the acting FBI director. And you know that the current FBI director, Chris Wray, is gone, and there was an acting director. Now he's gone. Kash Patel, who's the nominee, is at some risk. I think it's going to be a very aggressive question because he promised to go after some of President Trump's enemies, the retribution, the vengeance thing. And this really then comes down to, like, so is this where we are? We're back to January 6th and taking on your political opponents and questions about retribution. What does President Trump say? That there's lawfare, that the Justice Department has been weaponized against him. I just think, wow, this to me is a deep hole. This is when I feel darkness, and when I think you see why some people feel fearful today about what's to come.
Well, today you also have President Trump on Capitol Hill surrounded by a number of people who vehemently opposed him, a number of tech giants who are trying to work for him. You have more people donating to this inauguration than we've seen. I think more money in history came into this from corporations that were opposed to him. You have Democrats like John Fetterman saying there's a lot here that we can work with this president because he's willing to actually meet with us and talk. And so there's actually an opportunity here for both sides, including for Democrats, to work with a president who now has full control of Washington, D.C. on issues that they care about. You know, Trump has always been portrayed as this far-right leader, when actually a lot of his policy positions and his record, even before he ran for president, is one that's pretty in the middle and independent, not Republican or Democrat.
But I didn't see, I'm sorry, just quickly, I didn't hear him, though, mention the extension of the 2017 tax cut. And I think for a lot of people, oh, yeah, you know, especially those business leaders, yeah, let's talk about the tax. He didn't go to the tax cut. He goes to the red meat issues like immigration. I think that's going to work for him to a certain extent. But when you start talking about, oh, you know, electric cars, we got to stop incentives for that, people are like, what are you doing?
Right. Just to put a button on this, one of the things that he's going to do that is going to have quite a profound effect on some people, as he said he was going to revoke the security clearances of the 51 former intelligence officials who said that the Hunter Biden laptop looked like Russian disinformation because a lot of those people, the coin of the realm to them is that security clearance. That's how they make their money, and with that gone, they may be in difficult straits.
Yeah, and on the issue of the J6 pardons, it's something I talked to Vice President Vance, now Vice President Vance, just days ago, and they said there's going to be a process, and of course he said, as you did, Katie, that if there are people who committed violence and those kinds of things, they're not going to be in line for one of these, but if you paraded or milled or walked through an open door, there may be a different discussion about your case, so that's something that they're going to have to carefully walk through. But Juan, you know, a lot of the people who did vote for him, it was on that point, it was on the lawfare point. So how he does that, and as you said, Doug, keeps together the support of people that he'll need going into the midterm elections. We'll have to see. We want to check in with Jackie Heinrich. She's over at Capital One, where people who may have been planning to be freezing cold outside, Jackie, instead watched all of this from inside. What have you got from there?
Yeah, you know, it was fascinating to watch this with such a huge crowd because they were very engaged. They were giving reactions when Obama walked in, lots of boos. When Mike Pence walked in, lots of boos. Of course, big cheers when President Trump took the oath, and now they're just waiting for the main event, which will include, by the way, signing some executive actions here on the stage behind me. They've got a desk set up. We don't know which ones he's going to address here, but we know that they span largely 3 different buckets. You've got actions on immigration in the southern border, also on energy, and then on cultural issues. Some of them are going to create some big sweeping changes. You're going to have a national emergency declared at the border. You're going to see U.S. troops at the border. And that will be starkly different than what we have seen. The official said on the call this morning that the number that go down there will be up to the Secretary of Defense. Right now, that is an acting figure. So, of course, waiting more details on that. You're going to see already the CBP One app go down and Biden's migrant flights come to a halt. Trump is going to undo a lot of the immigration policies that Biden put in place, like catch and release and reinstate remain in Mexico. And probably the most controversial of his immigration efforts is going to be putting an end to birthright citizenship. Now, he's going to run into the legal challenge of the 14th Amendment, but he's going to try. So we will see, of course, the response of the legal community to that. On energy, a lot of big initiatives withdrawing from the Paris Climate Accord and unleashing Alaskan energy, undoing any Biden-era policies that constrain supply. Those are sort of the broad contours, and also returning federal workers to in-person work. You might get a little consternation from some federal workers there. The Trump officials who briefed us said only 6% of federal workers actually work in person right now, so that will bring some sweeping change. And then on cultural issues, Trump is going to have the U.S. government recognize only two sexes. There will be no mentions of gender. So the practical implication of that is you're going to see passports now state male or female. You're also going to have pertaining to taxpayer funds, a limit. Nothing could be used for gender transition services, and also an end to DEI programs across the federal government. As Shannon mentioned, another one of the actions we're expecting today is suspending the security clearance of those 51 national security officials who Trump says lied about the Hunter Biden laptop. That drew a big applause here when somebody on the stage mentioned it earlier. And you did also hear from Trump, we're going to be taking back the Panama Canal. That drew a raucous applause. So we're awaiting the details on what actions exactly are going to happen on the Capitol versus here. But there are about 200 that he's making today. Guys.
All right, Jackie, thank you so much from the Capital One Arena, where we're going to be spending an awful lot of the afternoon. We are now in the president's room in the Capitol, where the president, as Jackie mentioned, is expected to sign some of those executive orders. And let's listen in and we'll find out what he's going to sign first. I imagine it's probably immigration and border.
Yeah, they're just we might not be here. It's a tradition.
Sir, the first is 22 cabinet and cabinet level appointments for your signature.
Okay.
The next one will be, excuse me, the next one will be 47 sub-cabinet level appointments, sir.
But you don't have to sign 47
Thank you, sir. Now have 31 acting designations and appointments to effectively take control of the government.
Let's do that.
That's important.
That's important, doesn't
And we have 15 commission chairman and acting chairman appointments.
Send here.
Commission chairman and acting chairman.
He was #1 at Harvard also. You know that?
Good counsel.
They have something in common.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering that on all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast.
Very important.
So it was a beautiful place to have an inauguration tonight. The sound was so good. The temperature was 72 degrees, but the sound was so good. Maybe something to think about. Okay.
Good acoustics.
Yes.
All right. Now
That's
thank
it.
you. We go to lunch.
Great.
Very
Nice to
good.
meet you. Thank you very much. There we go. Take that. All right. See you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, sir.
President, did you have a good meeting with former President Biden?
Very nice. Very nice. It's a beautiful custom.
Mr. President,
It goes back as long as helicopters. Before that, it was a stagecoach. But I thought it was beautiful. Thank you. Great job. Great job.
Thank you.
Check.
Mr. President, do you have any reaction to the pardons that President Biden did at the last minute?
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss it.
Thank you very much, guys.
Should we go to lunch?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Head to lunch.
Ready for lunch? Okay.
All right, so just some pro forma documents to sign to take control of the government. The signing of the executive orders will wait likely until he gets to Capital One Arena and then the Oval Office. He was asked about the pardons that Biden issued on his way out the door. He said he didn't want to talk about it now. He'll talk about it another time. He said it was unfortunate, but nothing much more than that. But I'm sure that we'll hear more of that. From here, they proceed to the luncheon that's held by the Joint Congressional Committee on Inauguration Ceremonies. And then from there, it'll be to the Capital One Arena for their grand celebration.
So we've talked about the executive orders that will come there, how so many of them will have to do with the border. And remember, over the weekend, there was talk about the ICE raids potentially that were going to kick off across the country tomorrow. One of those key cities was Chicago, which, by the way, their local officials there said, no, we don't participate with federal officials when it comes to deportation issues. Tom Homan, the incoming border czar, and others supporting President Trump and potentially part of his new administration have said, we want to focus on criminals who are here, and yet we can't get access to these local and county jails where we might find some of these people so that ICE can deport them. Then after word of this kind of bubbled up, there was, John, some conversation about whether those raids planned for Tuesday may be scaled back in some way. But it's clear the administration wants to send a very strong message that the border is priority number one, as Doug said. People want that handled. They want the economy handled. And clearly, there's a lot on both those fronts happening today.
And that's, certainly a big part of the reason why Donald Trump was elected for a second term. When we take a look at the Fox News polling on whether or not people who are in this country illegally who commit crimes should be deported, you get overwhelming support. Nearly 2/3 of people say yes, that should happen. As far as other people who are in the country illegally, that's where it gets a little more squishy. But Tom Homan has said, look, people have said, well, they're going to deport your abuela. Tom Homan says that's not the goal of this. The goal of this is to start with people who are in this country illegally, who are committing crimes, people who are committing murders, property crimes, whatever else, and start the ball rolling with that. And on that front, there's a big task ahead of them just to get those folks out of the country.
And there's enormous financial cost to it, too. I mean, economists have warned that so much of our economy is held up by people who may not have come here through the legal channels that the law dictates and that we would expect from people. But they said there's a reality to pulling maybe 10 million people potentially out of the workforce. That's something that you have to think about for the economic possible impact. If you're talking about these two issues, they are intertwined at many points.
Yeah.
There's a couple of things that I wouldn't mind kicking around with the panel if we could. It was two things that Trump said. He said he's going to reinstate all of the military service members who lost their jobs because they would not take a COVID vaccine, and will reinstate them with full back pay. And then he said that his proudest legacy is going to be as a peacemaker and a unifier. I remember when Donald Trump took office in 2017. The book on him was that he's going to create World War III. And I remember sitting outside the presidential palace, and this photo actually came up on my phone earlier today, sitting outside the presidential palace in Hanoi. My phone rings. It's Trump. And he says, John, I just want to tell you.
Everyone does.
Everybody says, I'm going to start World War III. He says, I'm trying to prevent World War III. So on that front, Katie, this fig leaf to the, not fig leaf, but this olive branch to the military to give them back pay and reinstate them. And then this idea that he's not going to send our young men and women abroad willy-nilly to fight in wars that are not necessary. What do you think about that?
Well, first, it's helpful to the country. I mean, the United States military has a shortage of tens of thousands of troops and a recruitment crisis, and he's hoping to end that. When it comes to his role in the world and the doctrine that he wants it to be America first, not America alone. And he is clearly willing to issue threats that he will carry out. I mean, he's not one like Obama to issue a red line and then not follow through, because that obviously asks for more weakness. The world is in a very different place than it was when President Donald Trump left office. Of course, he left in the middle of a pandemic, which China was partially responsible for, but you could argue Dr. Anthony Fauci, who also got a pardon today, was responsible for, given his funding of dangerous gain-of-function research in the Wuhan lab in China, where they've concluded, a number of intelligence officials have concluded that virus came from. You have a war raging in Ukraine and Russia. You have, of course, the Middle East on fire. You have American hostages today, right now, still being held in the Gaza Strip by Hamas terrorists. The president has demanded that they be home, lest there be consequences for that terrorist group. So there's a deterrence that he's trying to reestablish to avoid future conflicts. And given his first term and his record there, he has a pretty good one.
Yeah, I mean, Doug, he talked about not only trying to wrap up what is bubbling around the globe, but making sure we don't get into any new conflicts. And that is something, as you said, John, I was on a metro train here, our subway in D.C. not long ago, headed to a baseball game a few months back. And there were a couple of young guys before the election talking about who they were going to vote for and why, just anecdotally. And one of them said, we can't vote for Trump because he'll get us into World War III. So, John, as you said, there might be a disconnect for some people about how they perceive him versus what he says and what he's shown that he wants to do on the world stage.
Sure, and look, Donald Trump often says things and then does another, sometimes quite on purpose. But with the recruitment issue, and it is a real crisis for our military, you know, we don't have enough boats, but we also don't have enough people to put them on. And so if Trump can fix that, he'll have done himself a really solid effort on that. But then you get to other questions of, okay, so what do you mean about Panama? Really, that really wasn't on anybody's list of priorities until Donald Trump brought it up a few weeks ago. So there are still some open questions here. And the other thing is, Katie's the first person to use the word China, really, since we've been sitting here. And there's this huge looming issue of TikTok that we still don't know. Did Joe Biden do enough or not do enough in enforcing the law in his last moments as president? And what is Donald Trump going to do? Because it's the law of the land that has changed now.
Juan, what do you want to pick out of the speech?
Well, you know, to me, again, when I hear Donald Trump talk, and he talks, you know, sometimes I feel frustrated in that what you said is right. He says things in big rhetoric, and then, you know, I say, well, he said that. And people say, oh, you don't know. You take him too serious. He really didn't mean it. He said, day one, no more war in Ukraine. He's going to solve that on day one. That's what he said.
He has hedged that a bit.
Okay, but I'm
as
saying
we've gotten closer to inaugural day.
So, I mean, I don't know. I see, you know, President Putin of Russia is putting out statements congratulating him and saying, oh, yeah, I look forward to talking with him and negotiating with him. And I think, wow, that's very unusual. So the guy who invades one country likes this president, didn't like the president that stood up to the idea of a country invading another. Okay, well, but he said, day one, I'm going to solve this problem.
Right. Well, he did, you know, appoint Keith Kellogg, former commander of the 82nd Airborne and a former Fox News contributor, to try to look into the problem and see what can be done. I think he's optimistic that they might be able to reach a ceasefire. You mentioned Putin. So here's part of the Putin statement that he made after congratulating Trump. He says, we are also open to dialogue with the new U.S. administration on the Ukrainian conflict. The most important thing here is to eliminate the root causes of the crisis, which we've spoken about many times. This is the most important thing, which of course is that Putin believed that NATO was fundamentally on his doorstep and was a threat, existential threat to Russia, which I don't think many people believe it was. But he's open to dialogue. So at the very least, the door may be open to solving this conflict. Might not be able to get it done by the end of the day.
Well, okay, but I like the idea of ending.
There's a pathway.
Right, so my colleagues here today have said, you know, we don't want wars. We don't want World War III. And if he's got a way to do it, okay, well, tell us. Let's see something. I do think that the expansion of NATO is a clear signal that the Western world, led by the United States, does not approve of Russia encroaching on the Ukraine. But if you have a way to do it, let's do it. I get a little leery when I see that Putin somehow likes Trump and that thinks that they could work. The second thing to say is about the Middle East. He said day one, boy, if all the hostages aren't released.
And there's the guy who will be leading the Pentagon, most likely, because he believes he's got 50 votes, Pete Hegseth. And if there's any conflict between the United States and Russia, it would be at the helm of it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and we mentioned China briefly, and how do we defend against that? But I just on the Middle East real quick, he said the terrorists should know that if they are still holding hostages when I take office, all hell is going to break loose in the Middle East. What is he talking about?
Well, I mean, now that we've got this phased plan.
Well, that could be called constructive ambiguity.
Is that what it is, John? Okay.
But there's this phased plan that we're told that the Trump administration incoming is committed to, because we have this first 6 weeks sort of mapped out with the first 33 hostages that will come. But the second and third phases still very much have to be hammered out, those details. And, you know, a lot of folks on both sides of the ocean say that this deal came together with enormous work from the Biden administration, the incoming Trump group as well. They're crediting both sides, but a lot of folks say, listen, it was really Trump's pressure on Bibi Netanyahu that closed this deal or that got it to the finish line. But there's still so much still to come on how you get that done.
I think it was Trump's pressure, and yet there is a temptation toward triumphalism that he should be careful about, because there is so much going on here. It's agonizing to wait for people to come out in small groups and wonder if they're still there, and you're dealing with a partner who is not reasonable, that is a terrorist group. And I think his tendency to not want to be involved in interventionism, to not want these conflicts to go on, can lead him to make maybe a bad deal instead of a good deal by pressing a little harder, and I hope for different. Also, on the issue of the soldiers being reinstated, this is a righting of a strategic wrong, but also a moral wrong. There were so many abuses of government power during COVID that I feared when Trump won the nomination we would never see dealt with, partly because he was part of the beginning of that. And yet I think he's seeing this clearly, and restitution is being made to some degree, even though Fauci has been pardoned, in another clear indication from Biden that no one should be held accountable.
The vice president and his wife, the second lady, Usha Vance, entering the statuary hall there for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies Luncheon, which usually goes about an hour, maybe a little more.
President of the United States, the chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar, and Mr. Bessler.
And here comes the 47th president as Marco Rubio looks on.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump, and Mrs. Trump.
Now, it's tradition to hear a few more remarks from the incoming president, and that should probably happen in the next little while. We don't know if it'll happen before they actually sit down, but let's listen in.
I have a feeling people are very hungry, so I'm going to get this started. Mr. President and Madam First Lady, Mr. Vice President and Madam Second Lady, my colleague Senator Fisher, distinguished guests including the Speaker, Leader Jeffries, and Senate Leaders Thune and Schumer, on behalf of the United States Congress, welcome to the 60th inaugural lunch. Big surprise, we are featuring Nebraska beef and Minnesota apples for dessert. We are here in Statuary Hall, where these luncheons have taken place since President Reagan's first inauguration in 1981, and where the House of Representatives once met over 150 years ago. That would be before you were born, Mr. Speaker. In 1864, after the new House wing of the Capitol was built, and in the midst of the Civil War, Congress dedicated this chamber to host statues chosen by every state. Walking into the hall, we all passed under the arch, holding the marble car of history clock. The statue shows Cleo, the Greek muse of history, holding a book to record events as they happen. And as you can see, she's heard a lot of stuff. And as she rides her chariot forward into the future, she looks behind her to remember the past. She remains here as she has for hundreds of years, a reminder that history will remember the events of the present, and it is on us to write that history right now. Speaking of art, the painting right here before you, I chose this painting for this lunch this summer, and it's titled American Horizon. It's by Jane Wilson, who grew up on her family farm in Seymour, Iowa. Coming from the middle of our country, Senator Fisher and I both liked the painting because the artist is from America's heartland, but the horizon could easily be Florida, Mr. President. I will also note that this is the first time in history we are featuring the work of a woman artist at this lunch, and we thank the Art Institute of Chicago for their assistance. Looking at the vast open landscape of this painting, we're drawn to the bottom of the frame where the land or the water, depending on where you're from, meets the sky, and the horizon endures. The enduring horizon is especially meaningful for us today as we mark our enduring democracy as we approach its 250th anniversary. It's a reminder that what's over the horizon is our next chapter. And it is my prayer that the people in this room can write that chapter together. I'd now like to ask U.S. Senate Chaplain Dr. Barry Black, and we thank God he is back with us and in good health, to deliver the invocation, after which lunch will be served. Thank you.
Let us pray. King of kings and Lord of lords, whose kingdom is above all earthly kingdoms, and who judges all lesser sovereignties, look with favor upon President Donald John Trump and Vice President James David Vance. Empower them with the wisdom and courage needed for our times. Protect them from the vicissitudes and challenges that obstruct the making of a world of justice, peace, and righteousness. Lord, give them a deep desire to do their best for our country and world, and a determination to act in ways pleasing to you. Preserve their families in health and strength by your grace and power. Bless now this luncheon as each of us finds your grace sufficient for every need. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
All right, and so the picture will go to black in just a moment as the congressional luncheon gets underway. Again, it'll take about an hour, and then we'll see the president's departure from the Capitol, where he'll go off to the Capital One Arena with a full belly and a whole head of steam going into his second term. And on that front, let me come back to the conversation, Katie, if I could, that we were having about the second speech in Emancipation Hall. And the point that may be lost on a lot of people is that Donald Trump can complain all he wants about what happened 4 years ago. But if he had won 4 years ago, it would have been him that was on that plane, probably headed back for Mar-a-Lago, and he wouldn't have 4 years ahead of him to unwind everything that Biden did and have a presidency that will be completely different, I think, at least in the first couple of years, than it would have been had he taken the oath of office again on January 20th, 2021.
And you wouldn't have had this direct comparison that voters were able to have with the first 4 years of the Trump administration and the first 4 of Biden, and this very clear contrast and difference in governance. I mean, the way that Joe Biden ran the White House and the federal government and what he thought the federal government should be doing is starkly different than the first Trump administration, and definitely different now with all of these executive orders. Many of the things that Trump is going to be signing are things they're taking out of the federal bureaucracy, whereas the Biden administration was putting a number of these things in. And an expansion of the state requires more taxpayer money, it requires more funding, and it requires meddling in the lives of Americans at levels that people are quite frankly tired of, whether it's an electric vehicle mandate, whether it was the COVID vaccine mandate, where the former president stood up and said that if you weren't going to get the vaccine, that you should lose your job under the OSHA requirements of the federal government. So there's just a very different contrast here with how each one of these men thinks the role of the federal government, what it is, and how they want to use their power moving forward.
I think there are two counter histories where when Trump had come in the first time, if he had been normalized, as they say, and Democrats had worked with an ideologically flexible former Democrat to make some inroads and make some deals instead of doing Russiagate, that would have had a better outcome for Democrats and possibly for Biden in the end. And then there's another idea. If Biden had done what he said he'd do, if he had been a caretaker of this role, if he had been normal, if he had not leaned so far to the left, if he had been present and capable of doing the job and not covered up the fact that he was not, he betrayed those promises. And Trump is probably going to overstep at times, and has to make good on these promises. He does basically do what he said he would do, and he's reiterating it over and over and over again, so people kind of knew what they were getting into. Biden did the exact opposite to the American people, and that's part of the backlash.
Well, and Mayor Catherine, you talk about bipartisanship, but we know that there are things even within his own party. He's going to have to herd the cats to get things done on the debt limit and all of these other things that are facing them. And Doug, you mentioned that Katie had brought up China, and that's something they've got to talk about. And this TikTok issue, which he said, you know, today there's going to be this executive order. There are many of those who voted in a bipartisan fashion on the ban on TikTok, not a ban on TikTok, ban on ownership by ByteDance or foreign adversary, as the statute says, who don't agree on where he's moving forward. Tom Cotton, one of the most hawkish, warners about China, senator who at times was voiced as potentially taking part in the Trump administration. He does not think that President Trump should be taking this action with respect to TikTok. So he's going to have, even within his own party, things that he's got to figure out.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you watch what's happening at the lunch right now, the CEO of TikTok is there. Not clear who he's sitting next to. By the way, this lunch, you get strange people sitting next to each other. That Rosa DeLauro is sitting next to Elise Stefanik, and it may be the first time they've ever met, even though they both serve in the House. But there are a lot of, I think, challenges, especially with a small majority. For Trump here. Obviously, there's a day of pomp and circumstance and confidence, as Donald Trump was portraying, but he's got a tough job ahead. And, as Katie said earlier, he's not a traditional conservative. So if you are a traditional conservative and the size and scope of government and of deficits and debt is a concern to you, where's that going to be in 4 years? And that's something that Trump and Republicans are going to have to grapple with.
We want to go to Alexis McAdams in just a second. She's been talking to some folks who are watching the ceremony. But just in terms of where we go down, this idea that Trump has had 4 years to plan for a second term, that I think is going to be much more successful than had he gone into a consecutive second term. I thought this was really interesting. It was an article in the New York Times by Peter Baker, who was the White House correspondent when I was there. He said, defiance is out, deference is in. Trump returns to a different Washington. As Donald J. Trump prepares to take the oath of office for a second time, much of the world seems to be bowing down to him, and demoralized opponents are rethinking the future. It's kind of the opposition that would have been fulminant against him had he taken the oath of office for a second time 4 years ago is very much subdued.
Well, I think if, looking at this from a historical perspective, I don't think there's any question that the most dominant political force in American life since 2016, when he first ran for the presidency, has been Donald J. Trump. He has dominated the conversation even when President Biden was in the Oval Office, John. I think it's always been about Trump. And part of that, Biden complained about it, is the social media, and the whole media landscape has shifted. But the deference to him is evident on this day, Inauguration Day 2025. I think back to the plans that were made by opposition to Trump back in 2017, when they had the largest one-day protest in American history, you know, with the pussy hats and all that kind of stuff. Now, we had a smaller, it was a significant march, but a smaller opposition march just before. And the opposition now seems diffuse, uncertain as to where to go or what to do. And I think as a result, there is this deference you talk about, this sense of Democrats at bay and at sea, not sure exactly what they should be doing to express opposition to Trump. And I think if you, again, look at the Fox polls, people, especially on the Democratic side, said Trump should be working with the Democrats. Yeah. That would be the hope. I do wonder, when I hear all of this rhetoric, though, you know, if he can stop, if he can help himself. The J6 stuff, that does bother him.
Yeah, I recall the day after the inauguration in 2017, I walked down East Street, which is the big avenue behind the White House, and there were all of these placards that protesters had either left behind or attached to the bicycle rack fencing behind it. And pussy hats were there as well, hung on the fence. You don't see any of that today.
Well,
no,
not
it's just not
this
there.
time around.
If you just look at the astonishing amount of activism and tactic that was used against the president. So you had these marches of hundreds of thousands of people coming to Washington. You have the Russiagate conspiracy that went into a special counsel. You had the 2 impeachments. You then had all of the lawfare that came out. None of it worked. So what did Democrats have left other than to say, maybe we've exhausted our resources and we should try and do something to help the country move forward?
Well, and it seems like they're not even sure who their leadership is moving forward. The election obviously did not go the way that they had hoped, Doug, but when you ask people, we can ask Juan, who is the new leader of the party at this point, they don't seem to have kind of coalesced around that or a conclusion about how they so badly managed the last election.
Right. No, there isn't a Democratic leader at this point, and the DNC election that's coming up won't tell us who the leader of the Democratic Party really is. That's an administrative role more than anything, a fundraising role. And you know, part of the challenge that Kamala Harris had, and it was a Joe Biden problem as well, is Democrats really struggled in this campaign to tell you what they would do. Donald Trump said, I'm going to fix the border, I'm going to create jobs and bring down prices. Now, he still has to go do that. But he told voters what he would do. I had a very liberal Democratic friend in Colorado say to me a week before the election, but Kamala Harris is telling us what she won't do. That's not what people vote on.
No. The other part of this conversation, just to be fair to the audience, is I think there is a real issue in terms of who is Donald Trump's successor in the Republican ranks. We don't know. Well, there's no politician.
I think it's J.D. Vance.
No. Yeah. I mean, he starts with an advantage, but I don't know that he's the successor. Is he able to rally the MAGA base in the way that Trump is? I don't think so. But I will say this.
Yeah,
no one. Right. So that's why I say Donald Trump is dominant. But one last quick point. If you look in the House of Representatives where that thin majority exists, there are major fights taking place as we sit here. Just last week, they ousted the head of the Intelligence Committee, Mike Turner, who pro-Ukrainian, pro-NATO, apparently not to either Johnson's liking or Trump's liking. This is really foment of division within the Republican ranks, and you're talking about deficits. Republicans don't like that.
We can sit here and opine all we like, but why don't we get some opinions from folks who are out there and the ones who voted for this president. Our Alexis McAdams is out talking to some folks. She joins us now. What are you hearing?
But the question I have, to your point, Jessica, is can you turn this into a coalition?
Hey, John, so you know, like when you go to your favorite bar and you're watching a sports team like the Buffalo Bills or one of the big NFL teams, and you're the Eagles, that's right, and you're inside and you want to be a big part of something. Honestly, that's what it feels like when you're in this watering hole here right near Capitol Hill. It's kind of really for D.C. insiders, but today it's for the American people who say they want to make America great again, just like President Donald Trump. So I've been talking to people out here all morning and all afternoon. You said you wanted to be here today because you support Trump, but also because you think he stands for what you believe in.
Yeah, I think Donald Trump stands behind the American people, and he's for the people, so that's why I stand behind him.
There were a lot of different topics he talked about on the campaign trail. He talked about those again today in his speech. He talked about immigration, inflation, and crime. What is it that you want to see him do in his first 100 days in office?
Exonerate the January 6 guys and no taxes on tips. Other than that, let's work on it. Let's talk about it. Let's figure stuff out. Let's make America better.
And you're from Philly, and you said you're a union truck driver. A lot of the union vote did come back out and back Donald Trump. Why do you think that is?
I don't know. To be honest, I vote with my heart, and they want us to vote the way they want, and it is what it is. Vote for who you want to, but I voted for Trump, so.
Well, thanks for talking to me. I'm going to walk around just so you can kind of see. John, you've probably been over here because it's not far from the D.C. Bureau, but I just want to show you just like how crowded it is in here. And kind of we're going to walk a little bit this way and see who else we can talk to over here. I know you guys have been here all throughout the morning and the afternoon as well. Where are you guys from, and why did you want to be here today?
Springfield, South Carolina, and we just love Trump.
What'd you think of the speech?
Fantastic.
What were the main things that you connected with the most?
The safety of our country and bringing our country back.
But there were a lot of things he talked about. It's going to be a big first 100 days in office, but although it couldn't be outside, John and Shannon, people wanted to be inside too, and they wanted to be here to show their support. So we'll keep it posted on how it goes.
You know, I get the sense, Alexis, that Donald Trump liked it so much inside the Capitol Dome that if he were able to run again for a third time, which he's not, and he won, he would probably ask that the inauguration be held indoors again. Did you ask folks there, you asked them what they thought about the first speech? Did you ask them what they thought about the second speech at Emancipation Hall?
Yeah, everybody thought that it went, the first speech I think people enjoyed because he kind of kept to those main points. It was similar to those speeches I heard out on the campaign trail, but a little bit more concise as he kind of had those time constraints. Some of the people, though, it's like watching, like I said earlier, like a sporting event, John, because they were watching everything like a play-by-play, cheering and screaming, you know, America and USA chants as he walked and talked in that second speech. But they want to know what he's going to do in office. That's why they backed him. He said it's a mandate for the American people, and they hope they see that on day one of his presidency here in the United States of America, John.
Well, and Alexis, I wonder how many of these folks, because we've met so many of them here, had plans to be out on the National Mall or to be taking part in this outdoors. So now they're looking for places that they can get together, events that they can go to that are short of what they expected to see on the National Mall. How many of these folks are from out of town and they're here and maybe thought that was the experience they were going to have, but they're getting something a little bit different?
Well, it's funny because they were saying it's cold outside, and it is, but they also might think it's a security standpoint. I know the Trump team has said that it was not a safety or security issue, but we've seen a lot of safety and security measures put into place. We also saw John Fetterman walking around in shorts earlier, so I don't know how cold it really is. But you guys were saying that you're glad that, you know, you had it inside because you could kind of see up close and personal. You didn't have to freeze out there. Did you have plans to be out there on the parade? Did you have plans to be outside today?
We did have plans to be outside.
Why do you think about it being inside?
Honestly, we just walked down the street, we seen the crowd, we jumped in line. We didn't have plans to be inside. We were going to be outside, but we decided to be inside.
Well, it's not bad. And usually, I mean, I get sent all over the place, but I've never been sent to a bar, so I don't mind it. Everyone's excited. And I know you were super excited to be here, too.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think about the second speech, the first and then the second speech today?
It's crazy. I mean, like, he unhinged, and he told America what they wanted to hear. Yes!
All right. What do you think is going to happen in D.C.? Is D.C. going to be more of a fun town now? You guys live here?
So I hope everybody loves each other, because I do.
Good.
Donald Trump.
Well, a lot of support, and you got they spent a lot of money to get here. I know the hotels were super expensive, and so they wanted to be here for the experience, whether it's inside or outside. They don't care. So it's been a fun day so far.
All right, Alexis McAdams, we'll check back in with you. We were having a conversation about who leads the Democrat Party now, who's viewed as that, who's stepping up. Mary Catherine, I know you had some thoughts on that as we wait for an answer.
Yeah, with respect to my colleague Juan, there will be disagreements in the Republican Party for sure, and I think the debt one is a large one, but it is not the most pressing concern in American politics because they get to celebrate, and winning can be a great salve for a party.
Agreed.
It's early days yet for Democrats, but I think they have a real problem that they've built over many years because their physical leadership was a president in absentia for the most part, and their intellectual leadership was academia. And what happened was when those academic values went into the White House and they decided to go with many of these very far left-leaning cultural winds, it led them to some really bad conclusions. It led them to some really bad policy. It led them not to listen to Americans and downplay their concerns. So something like these executive orders on immigration and deportation, I don't even think they're on the right side of a lot of people in liberal cities. In the city of Chicago, there have been hundreds of millions of dollars have gone to migrants. The mayor of Chicago has an approval level in the teens. When Trump comes or Homan comes and says we're going to pick up the criminal migrants who are here because your city's not protecting your citizens, a lot of those citizens are going to go, thank you. Yes. Thank you. And they missed that memo. Until they figure out where to get new ideas, that's going to be a problem for them.
And in 2016 and 2024, I saw Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, Democrat from Michigan, repeatedly say to her party on TV, on Fox and other networks, you guys don't get it. And you need to come here and listen to the concerns that people have because they're not what you're talking about. Right. Party needs to listen. Democrats need to listen to more Debbie Dingells and less academias and folks like that.
Well, I'm sure that you are quite happy if they don't listen at all.
Well, I expect
because that may bode well for 2028. It seems also that a lot of Democrats did not get the memo on diversity, equity, and inclusion because Facebook is now rolling back. Harley-Davidson is rolling back. So many other companies are rolling back. And then Trump now says today he's going to end all diversity, equity, and inclusion programs across the federal government. Was it just a bad idea?
No, it's not a bad idea. I think it's a necessary idea given, you know, the history in our country of racial discrimination and bias and ongoing inequities in the society. But what we have is a president who says he stands against it. In fact, he makes the case that, you know, I think he famously said he would love to be an educated black person. He thinks they have the most opportunity in America, and that the opposite thought there is to be white in America. Now you're the one who's being discriminated against with all this attention to minorities and to women, you know, in advance. Look, I think the reality is the big companies are reacting to Trump taking a stand and playing on racial grievance. And he's done so with some success. I think it's one of the keys to stirring his MAGA base. Today he said it's Martin Luther King's birthday anniversary. He wants to work with the black community. He noted he got more votes from black people and a lot more votes from Hispanic people than in the past.
But just, and if I recall it correctly, and if I don't recall it correctly, I apologize. But Martin Luther King talked about equality.
Correct.
He didn't talk about equity.
Yes, he did. He talked about, in fact, he talked about America in the great March on Washington speech, cashing a check, an uncashed check, the check of racial equality and, you know, all the things that, you know, the barriers that have been set up in terms of black advancement in America. I think Trump is very clear. I think Trump's very successful politically in making a case that somehow diversity, equity, and inclusion really works against people who are for achievement, excellence, the highest grades, who gets into your university, who gets hired. The other side of that story, John, is that I think black people, Latinos, I think a lot of women know that to be a tall white male, there was real preference. That's identity politics that just locked into American history. But now Trump comes on the scene, and I think for a second term, to pick up on your point, Katie, a second term, if he is willing to say, you know what, I am now willing to work for justice, equity, equality. Remember last time he did something on criminal justice reform in the first term. If he is willing to say, yes, now, I am really now beyond the political point of trying to stir my base, I am willing to take some steps in pursuance of more black votes for Republicans, more Latino votes for Republicans. I'm going to show you that I can be a president who stands for equity. I think a lot of people will be like, okay, well, you know what, let's forget the past, let's move on.
Well, Trump's base is made of a new coalition that Democrats are losing as a result of talking to people based on how they should vote based on their skin color, not based on their ideas and what they want for the future of their family. And if you look at the way that the DEI programs have been implemented and forced by force in the federal government throughout the course of the past 4 years, and of course throughout corporate America, inherently DEI is discriminatory. It requires you to discriminate against someone based on judging people and hiring them based on their gender, based on their race, rather than on their experience, on their skill set, on merit. And that's what Donald Trump talked about today during his inauguration speech in the Rotunda. He talked about getting back to merit and hiring people based on that, not based on looking at them in a way that is discriminatory. And when it comes to all of these big corporations and these tech giants changing their DEI policies, they were afraid that the Department of Justice is going to come in now with Harmeet Dillon at the helm of the Civil Rights Department to sue them for discrimination inside a number of these companies. And this is all against the backdrop of the Supreme Court in 2023 striking down affirmative action programs in academia. So we've been going this direction for a long time, and Americans voted in November to get rid of that kind of discrimination.
All right. Well, we have much more to discuss with our panel as we are watching all the day's events unfold for the inauguration of the 45th, now 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Some of our stations are going to leave us for Fox Sports coverage of college basketball, but for others, our coverage of the inauguration of President Trump continues after a quick break. So stick around. We're bringing you all the latest from right here in Washington on this historic day. It is 3 p.m. in Washington. Our coverage of the inauguration of Donald J. Trump for the second time continues. I'm Shannon Bream.
And I'm John Roberts. It's been quite an extraordinary afternoon, a history-making afternoon. It's the first time in 128 years that a president has been sworn in for a second term, non-consecutive to the first. Other people have had two terms of it, with the exception of Grover Cleveland. It's always been one after the other. And the argument is, I think that Donald Trump is probably going to have a more successful second term doing it now than if he had won again in 2021.
Well, we've talked about how different this feels than the incoming administration in 2017. We both felt like they were caught a little bit off guard. The transition process is so much further ahead this time. He had 200 executive orders that he's ready to roll out today. Personnel much further along in being in place for his cabinet and other key positions. So he comes into this with a different base of knowledge than he did back in 2017.
And what's going on right now in the Capitol, just down the street from us, we're in front of the White House, obviously, in the Washington Monument. A beautiful sunny day in Washington, except it's as cold as it would be in Minnesota.
Don't let the sun fool you.
So don't let the sun. Yes. We're thinking that Donald Trump probably is going to sue the sun because he said it was deceiving how warm it looked outside. And then we stuck his nose out the door. He said, oh, my God, it's really cold. They are at the Congressional Luncheon, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inauguration Ceremonies. They'll be coming out of that probably about an hour or so, and then there will be the review of the troops and a lot of other things going on. But why am I talking about this? Let's check in with Mike Emanuel. He's in the Capitol Rotunda with everything that's going to transpire after the lunch is over. Mike?
Well, John Shannon, good afternoon to you. We know the luncheon is going to feature steak from the great state of Nebraska in honor of Senator Deb Fischer, also apples from the great state of Minnesota in honor of Senator Amy Klobuchar, who have been front and center today as part of this inauguration festivity. Then the president will go on to Emancipation Hall to essentially review the troops. There will be delegations of the various military units from the Army, Marine Corps, Air Force, Navy, Coast Guard, and the Space Force, and so the commander-in-chief will review the troops, and there should be plenty of pomp and circumstance. We are told there will be 183 or so American service members who will participate in this ceremony with President Trump, and certainly a great honor for those men and women in uniform to be reviewed by the 45th and 47th President of the United States on his second inauguration day. So that'll be something to watch for in just a bit as the President, Commander-in-Chief, goes to see these men and women in uniform, do an inspection of the troops, a lot of military tradition there, and it should be quite a sight to see. John Shannon?
Yeah, no question about that, Mike. It looks like they're running pretty far behind with the program, and then we still get that big event this afternoon at the Capital One Arena. How far behind do we think they are at this point?
John, I would take the over on estimates for this afternoon because, for example, President Trump, when he was speaking in Emancipation Hall earlier, that was supposed to be about 10 minutes or so. He was having such a good time with the crew, and there 1,800 or so people. I think he went at least a half hour, and so he seems to be a good amount behind schedule at this point. Maybe they can make up some time. Maybe there's a little pad here and there, but yeah, it's 3:03 Eastern time, and they're still at lunch, and so clearly they are behind schedule. And we'll see if there's a little pad they can cut somewhere along the way to get closer to the anticipated schedule. But it's his day. He can do basically what he wants, right?
Exactly.
It's true. Well, so, Mike, you've spent many years in those halls there at Russell Rotunda covering the Senate, covering the House. It's interesting to see this lunch today with the combinations of people that are at different tables together, very bipartisan. Might be one of the last times we see that for a while. Mike, what's your take on moving forward with all of the big heavy lifting that's got to get done on Capitol Hill, having covered it yourself for many years?
Well, Shannon, John, I know from talking with a lot of Democrats, they're looking for areas of common ground where they can work with President Trump, at least early on, to see if there is some common ground there. They recognize the results of this election, that he won all the battleground states. He had an overwhelming electoral vote, and some Democrats will say, oh, but the numbers weren't that big, but he won all the battleground states, and so I think they've taken a lot of attention, recognizing that his message connected with voters in a lot of the critical places, and so they're trying to see where there is common ground. We've heard some mention from Adam Smith from Washington State, who's the top Democrat at House Armed Services. He says, you know, if this commander-in-chief wants to do some things to strengthen our armed services, that's an area of cooperation. That's something I could work with him on. And so I think there's going to be an opportunity here to find a balance and perhaps get some things across the finish line, perhaps some less ideological things, but things that are important to both sides to move the country forward whenever possible. And look, he's got the presidency, he's got the Senate majority, he's got a slim majority in the House, and so they could do things along partisan lines, or they could try to see where they could pick up Democrats and do things with big bipartisan numbers going forward. And so at least early on, the honeymoon is here, and it's been great people watching to see a lot of these folks from different sides of the aisle interacting with one another. It caught my eye when the Trump family was leaving the initial celebration that President Clinton was standing there, and he was shaking hands with Barron Trump, Don Jr., Ivanka, and so you had the Clintons and the Trumps chatting it up. And so it's a day that gives you hope after all the bickering we've seen in American politics that maybe there's an opportunity for a bit of a reset. We'll see.
Yeah. I noticed that scene of Barron Trump shaking hands with Bill Clinton. Very interesting. All right, Mike, thanks. We'll let you get back to it. We'll hear from you a little bit later on this afternoon. And don't forget, too, Shannon, that during the election campaign, particularly in the closing weeks, when Donald Trump looked like he was in a really good position to win, we saw a lot of Democratic candidates suddenly saying, I helped Donald Trump pass this. I was there at the forefront when Donald Trump was trying to do that.
In their ads, even. We saw this in their ads that they were using on the campaign trail. And one of the people who's taken heat from the left a little bit is Senator John Fetterman out of Pennsylvania, who, by the way, did show up today, apparently for some of the festivities. They're tough in Pennsylvania. I know. I married into a Pennsylvania family. They don't think this is cold. He's wearing shorts and a hoodie.
Yeah,
but he also is doing the Mar-a-Lago visit, and he's talking about where they can work together as well.
Was he wearing shorts and a hoodie when he went to Mar-a-Lago?
It would make sense there. Sans hoodie, maybe muscle
whether
shirts.
It's hot, whether it's cold, it's the shorts and a hoodie. One area where Donald Trump is immediately probably going to run into a buzzsaw of opposition is this idea about ending birthright citizenship for children of illegal immigrants, those children being born in the United States. Because here's what the 14th Amendment says. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. It's not, Doug, like he is rewriting a rule or undoing an executive order. This is a constitutional amendment. Can you just write an executive order to say, oh, but this is to clarify what the 14th Amendment really means? And the 14th Amendment does not say that a child of an illegal immigrant in this country cannot become a U.S. citizen.
Right. So the short answer is probably not. But the longer answer is he also has a big Supreme Court majority. So if it gets there, then that question becomes more interesting. But this is also political for Donald Trump. One of the things that amazes me about Trump's ability sometimes is he gets credit for his willingness to fight. He doesn't have to win the fight. He doesn't have to land a punch. He doesn't have to knock his opponent down or win the round or anything. He just shows his willingness to fight, and his base is there for him. This is a good example of this. So if this doesn't happen, his base still gives him credit.
Well, and I would say in the years of covering the Supreme Court, they have told him no many times, including some of his own appointees. And this might be one of those really tough cases where they might say, we don't see it the same way. But we'd have to see. It would have to make it through. But you got to know if he tries it, it's going to immediately go to court. We would expect that.
Well, and I think this is also one of those moments for media coverage in a new era of Donald Trump in the second term to look at this and go, this will go through the normal process. It will be tested in the courts. It's been tested in the courts in the past, and that's why we have the rule that we have. And if it's inappropriate, it will be dealt with. And I think that was missing from a lot of the coverage the first time around, that those rails that we have actually were working.
You know, I think the other part of that conversation is that when it comes to dreamers, when it comes to people who have been here sometimes for decades, you were talking of Abuelas being deported. I think that the Trump administration is going to have to take a different look, and I think they may want to take a different look to win public support for more dramatic steps to deport not only the criminals, but people who continue to come in recent years illegally, to change those rules. I would hope that they might even get some Democratic support for legally changing the immigration rules with regard to asylum, because I think that drives a lot of the conversation. People come, we know, talk about the wait in Mexico policy. People are waiting there who have a legitimate claim under current law to asylum in the United States. If you change that law, you change the incentive structure.
But we also know that
hear the term comprehensive immigration reform all the time. And whenever we hear it, we know this is a big thing that's never going to happen. I worked in House leadership where we tried for 2 years, couldn't get even a white paper essentially done. Trump has an opportunity here, you know, to prove that he's the great deal maker and so forth, to peel some of those Democrats off. It's a big task, but I think he has more likelihood to do it than anybody, you know, going back into the bush.
He has a different perspective on how to deal with and manage this problem. For the last 30, 40 years, Republicans and Democrats on Capitol Hill have tried to do big, comprehensive bills that actually include a lot of amnesty for people who broke the law to get into the country, who just then get to stay here and then somehow get a path to citizenship, when there's a very long line of legal immigration reform that also needs to be done, which is never the first line of discussion. But Trump wants to shake it up, and the priority is for him to get the criminals out of the country who are harming Americans. And if you look at the new Fox News polling we have, 30% say deport all, and then 59% say deport if charged with crimes. That's a total of 89% of people in this country who are on board with deportation, which is very different than what was the American calculus during his first term. And you have a number of governors now, Republican governor of Florida, saying we're going to deputize local law enforcement to help with this process. Well, you have the Democrat New York mayor saying our budgets are drowning in this illegal immigration problem. We have gangs run amok in our city. And then you have Democrats like the mayor of Chicago saying we're not going to participate. So Trump is trying to do this in a way that isn't giving people amnesty or this big comprehensive reform, but also is focused on.
But why not?
Because you buy reform, you buy trust for reform with enforcement.
Right.
And no one has made good on the enforcement part, and people finally got fed up. I was an immigration softie, and they made me into a hawk. They made me into a hawk during the last 4 years because it was a chaotic situation. It was a disregard for the laws that was off the charts, and people wanted to be safe in their cities, and I respect that. They want to have resources used for them instead of hundreds of millions used
we saw
and
that
rec
in all
centers
those
taken
formerly
away from
Democratic
migrants.
counties along the border.
And if you do not do the enforcement part, you cannot get the reform part.
Well,
That's
I think
where
you
the
speak.
problem comes in.
I think you speak for a lot of people there, Mayor Catherine. I really do. I think people have a stronger reaction, literally walking the street and seeing the numbers, right, and feeling that there's a stress on the social safety net, as we were talking about in New York City. The other part of this, though, historically is, and Doug, you may know something about this, but you go back and you look, and Senator Rubio, about to become Secretary of State, was one of the gang that was a Republican looking to create comprehensive immigration reform back in 2013. And then, of course, you can go back to President George W. Bush. He had an immigration reform package. Why couldn't these packages get done when you had Republican presidents, Democratic presidents? I think a lot of it was anger just generally at immigrants in this country.
Well, but there's also this issue of legal immigration. There is a fight within President Trump's inner circle. You've got Steve Bannon with these H-1B visas that Elon Musk is like, we're doing this. I will go to war over this. We have to recruit people from outside the U.S. And you've got the Steve Bannon, who's been with Trump for a long time, way before Elon was on the scene, saying, no, we need to do a better job of STEM and those kinds of things, opportunities for Americans, and recruit them, not pay someone less to come from outside the country. So even within Trump's inner circle, there are debates about the legal immigration issues, too.
Well, I remember back in the Clinton administration that the book was that we're happy to have foreign students come in and be educated in the United States as long as they go back home to their home countries and they take their education to their home countries. Now it's the opposite of that. We want people to come in from other countries, get educated here in the United States, and then help fuel our economy. It's the whole argument's changed 180 degrees.
It's flipped, and what we tried to do in negotiations in 2013 was start with enforcement and then do something to include dreamers, kids who were brought here, you're 17 years old, you came here when you were 4, your only home is really America. It wasn't good enough to get through our conference, and it was too good or extreme or whatever language Democrats wanted to use, because everything is always extreme and radical. They were a non-starter with us, so we just couldn't move. And we couldn't negotiate against ourselves.
Well, and if you just look at the impact of the past 4 years, illegal immigration has been a problem for a very long time, one that is a difficult political problem in Washington for a lot of reasons, mostly because a lot of people benefit from illegal immigration. But when it comes to how they're going to handle this now after the Biden administration opened the border, they allowed 20 million plus people into the country with no plan about how to actually handle them. They were using taxpayer money to fly people from the border to any city in the country they wanted to go, basically laundering taxpayer money through these NGOs, this illegal immigration industrial complex, and then paying all these people in these cities to house them, and that's all coming to an end now.
Well, it's going to be very difficult to do what they've promised. And we saw that last time around with the wall and all these other things. There are a lot of campaign promises that people make on the trail that are hard to get done in the Hill.
Still a lot more to talk about that was in the president's speech. Fox News coverage of the inauguration of President Donald Trump is going to continue right after the break. Stay with us.
We will be strong and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken. And we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly. And nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours. And our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America.
So that was the official scripted inaugural speech of President Donald J. Trump. Before he got to his more spirited, freewheeling speech, I think we could say, came after that, John. But he talked about this golden age and this hope and this optimism he wants to bring about and unleash in America.
And to get to his golden age, he's going to have to undo a lot of the things that President Biden did during his 4 years. Jackie Heinrich is at the Capital One Arena. She's got a look at what the president is doing on that front. Jackie?
Yeah, John, they certainly span a lot of categories, mainly the border, energy, trade, and then also those cultural issues. On those cultural issues, there's going to be some immediate effects. You're seeing all of the DEI programs across the federal government come to an end. And also an order that we're supposed to see this afternoon for the U.S. government to recognize only 2 sexes. Now, what that means in practical terms is that passports will only have male or female. Taxpayer funds will not be used to fund transgender transition services, as they put it in their background call. But then when you get to the other stuff like the border, you're going to see real sweeping changes that we've already been witnessing. The CBP One app, that was what the Biden administration used basically to give people from other countries an appointment to come into the U.S. on parole, that's been shut down. We've seen videos from people who are gathering at points of entry for a 1 o'clock appointment. They were crying when they realized that those appointments were canceled. You've also seen at ports of entry like in El Paso, you have guards locking that port of entry now, no one coming across. The president is going to declare a national emergency at the border and deploy troops to the U.S. border. We're told the Secretary of Defense is going to determine how many troops need to go, but the initiatives on the border really span a lot of different things. They've got a provision to have the military construct a new phase of border wall, direct the suspension of any entries of illegal aliens, and direct the U.S. military to secure the border fully with DHS. You're going to see, that means the military and the National Guard deployed. You're going to see a designation that cartels are now foreign terrorist organizations. We've talked so much about MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. That designation is going to enable law enforcement to take much different action to expel those people from the country. When it comes to the flights that were similar to the CBP One app from the Biden administration, bringing folks across, refugees from Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Haiti, those flights are coming to an end. And also an initiative to restore the death penalty at a federal level. So a directive for the Attorney General to seek capital punishment for the murder of law enforcement officers or other capital crimes, and then also directive to state and local DAs to bring capital charges for those kinds of offenses. So that's the batch on immigration. Then we move to energy. It's really an effort to unwind everything that Biden did. You think about those efficiency standards that Trump talks about on the campaign trail, and things like stoves and dishwashers and shower heads. Any energy efficiency standard that was put in place by the Biden administration is going to go away. Also a withdrawal from the Paris Climate Accord and an unleashing of American energy. We're told there are provisions that touch pretty much every element of energy production. We're talking liquid natural gas, permitting, fracking, pipelines, and ports. And then also on these cultural issues, we're going to see a return to in-person work. There is, according to the Trump administration, only about 6% of the federal government right now actually working at their federal jobs in Washington. So how people respond to that? Do they quit when they're told to come back? And we see sort of a tightening of the belt in terms of what things cost, or a broad return of all these federal teleworking employees who might have gone off to live in other states during COVID. I mean, that's going to bring a big sea of change here for regular people as well. We are awaiting the program here. I'll note that there was a long list of pre-programmed speakers, and we're already through it because President Trump is running a little bit behind schedule, as you guys mentioned, having such a great time over on Capitol Hill. But we've already heard from the likes of Elon Musk and Kash Patel, Glenn Youngkin, Howard Lutnick, Sarah Huckabee Sanders. And so while we await his appearance here, we basically just got music on for now, but the crowd is excited. I mean, there are 20,000 people in this arena, and this is where the parade is going to be happening that would have been on Pennsylvania Avenue had it not been for the cold. And so we gather it's going to happen just behind me there. Maybe a short parade where he walks around and waves, but that's what everyone's here waiting for, guys.
All right, Jackie Henrich, thank you very much, and so much to unpack in the coming days.
Including the idea of having a great time on Capitol Hill.
Well, listen, you take it where you can find it when it comes to having a great time on Capitol Hill. She touched on a lot of policy points, though, that we expect to hear from the president, and some he already outlined in the speech today.
Yeah, one of them was this idea of getting federal workers back in buildings. I mean, that's designed to see people quit. That's part of the whole. That's Doge part one. They think that if they force people, federal workers, to come back, 100,000 of them will say,
some of them will say,
I quit.
Thanks.
And then that feeds into the whole Doge ethos.
Yeah, she also talked about the official position that President Trump mentioned this morning on the federal recognition of just two genders.
Yeah, and that's going to be a controversial thing, obviously, because there are a lot of Democrats who will say that's not the way to do it. The federal government shouldn't be involved in that business. What do you think of that proposal?
Well, again, you know, there's one way to look at it, which is this is just common sense. There's men and women, and what are we doing here? And why would we try to impose that kind of cultural distinction on people when we know that there's just men and women? But the other perspective coming from the trans community is that, you know, they've been subject to bullying, you know, a lot of harsh treatment for kids who are going through sexual identity issues, including transition. And you listen to those families and those parents, and they're, of course, they're in crisis often, John. They're having struggles themselves as human beings, having a child that says the child is not as they were born biologically. It's difficult. Now you're saying we, as the United States government, are not going to support that kind of transition. And I think for a lot of people that's heartbreaking, but again, I think for others it will come across as common sense. One last point on this is, I think from the Democratic perspective, looking back on the 2024 campaign, the most powerful ad may have been the ad in which you saw, you know, it looked like a transsexual person being given, and an illegal immigrant at that, John, opportunity to have surgery while they're in prison. And it was said, you know, Kamala Harris is for them, John Trump is for you. About the, you know, they, them type issue and how you refer to people who have been engaged in transsexual surgery.
Yeah,
Every college football game that I watched this fall showed that ad repeatedly. That had a huge impact.
Yeah, I don't think it will be controversial for that reason, because it is common sense. And the American people, even though they get a little flack from the left, are largely quite tolerant. Yes. And they were tolerant of this movement for about 10 years, and then they got, ironically, so bullied by them that they stood up and said, no, this is ridiculous. Let's not do this anymore. It was one of the most efficient taglines in the history of political advertising to say, she's for they, them, we're for you. And the thing about it is that she's endorsing, Kamala Harris, in her own words, taxpayer funding of gender transitions for illegal immigrants. And at first, people said when he accused her of that, when Trump accused her of that on the debate stage, that can't be right. People were preemptively fact-checking this without actually checking the facts. She said it in her own words. And it's because, as I noted before, she was led by academia. Yeah. She was led by this far-left force in the party. And until they change that dynamic, the American people will keep standing up and saying, we need common sense. This is ridiculous. We're done with it.
And it was also a reflection of the Biden administration's administration-wide policies on this issue. So right before the election, they did some polling asking Democrats about some of these issues on the transgender. And they asked about a number of policy issues. And Democrats actually didn't believe these were real things that the Biden administration had implemented, because to Juan's point, they were completely against common sense and logic and what basic Americans know. But the Biden administration threatened local school districts with taking their lunch money away if they were not allowing or forcing boys to play in women's sports or for them to be in their locker rooms. You had across the government in Medicaid services using taxpayer funds for children to have these kinds of irreversible surgeries, which, by the way, the drugs that they were pushing through the Biden administration initiatives, a number of them have been banned in Europe as a result of their horrific cost to children's bodies. And so this was not just an ideological thing. This was implemented administration-wide by the Bidens and enforced with a pretty heavy hand against a number of parents and school districts across the country.
One last comment on this before we go. I just want to say, you know, when that ad was made and the piece that was played, Kamala Harris was speaking as an official of the state of California, not as Vice President of the United States. That was not federal policy. And the policy with regard to treating people who sought transsexual surgeries while in jail was in place under Donald Trump's first term. To me, this was an effort to really stir cultural warfare and cultural passions.
The end of her sentence in that interview is this. I think it's important to do this for the movement. It's not just about policy. It was about her beliefs and about assisting this specific and very small section of the population.
When she was in California as Attorney General, and the policy in terms of the federal policy was the same under Trump as it was under Harris and Biden.
But in an election that was all about families wanting to make sure their daughters were safe in schools, and I think that was actually an underreported part of the election with suburban women who came out for Trump. But in an election that was broadly based on inflation and the economy, you have a Democratic Party that is focused on things like making sure the passport has a third option if you don't want to check men or women. And the average American is going, I want to focus on what is affecting me, and I don't want to be forced to accept this ideology, to Mary Catherine's point, that really is prevalent in academic circles, not prevalent in everyday life.
Well, and in campaigns, you often say, if you're explaining, you're losing. Right. Kamala Harris had to explain throughout the campaign on this issue.
Well, and there's a case now pending before the Supreme Court that deals with a law out of Tennessee that deals with minors on this issue. And all of these same conversations came up with the justices. And Katie, you talk about in Europe and other places where they've said, we're going to put a hold on this for various reasons. All of that stuff is now under consideration by the justices. So this is something that we'll watch the Trump administration and how they deal with it. But it is pending at our highest court in the land, at least with respect to minors, and how they think this should all play out in the wake of the election.
I just think it's been a terrifically underappreciated issue. Talk about Democrats not reading the room. Yeah. I think that it worked for Donald J. Trump's campaign in a big way.
Please see Loudoun County, Virginia.
Democrats told me time and time again, this affects a minuscule part of the population.
That's true.
Yes, but everybody else, the much larger part of the population, had to capitulate.
Yes. And you're prioritizing them over, as Katie says,
Wait a second.
Hold that thought. Don't go anywhere, Juan, please, because Fox News coverage of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump continues, but we got to take a quick break. coverage from Washington, D.C. We are just across, yes, that is legit, actual, not a green screen. That is the White House. I'm Shannon Bream, joined by...
I'm John Roberts, and it's been quite an afternoon here in the nation's capital and across the land. Typically at this time of day during an inauguration, we'd be watching the parade go by because the president would have made his trip up Pennsylvania Avenue and he would be in the reviewing stand across the street from us. Because of the weather, that's not happening this year, and things have been delayed at the Capitol because the 47th president was having a really great time talking to the faithful for the very first time in Emancipation Hall in the Visitor Center in the Capitol building. They're probably 2/3 of the way through lunch. We're expecting that the picture is going to come up from Statuary Hall, where they're having the lunch in the next few minutes. And that'll give us an idea of how far away we are from the next phase of the program.
We will. So wind chill right now, last check, is about 12 degrees. So for all of the folks who came to town, and some of them canceled, but we have encountered many of them. They are here just having a good time, finding each other and celebrating whatever ways they can, even though they are not on the National Mall, as would have been the plan.
Some of the big hotels in town, like the Salamander, as well as the Watergate, were offering executive packages that I think some of them were $75,000. Some of them were $300,000.
Sold out.
They gave you chauffeured travel around D.C., gave you a helicopter ride from the airport, admission to all of the big balls, and those sold out.
They did.
And the people who bought them didn't cancel.
Juan, what were those like?
What was it like, Juan?
That would have been something. But you know what? As I said, I have friends who said they were disappointed because they bought the packages, and because of the weather, they're unable to go on the mall, or there were only so many seats. How many people were allowed into the Rotunda?
Several hundred.
Several hundred?
Yeah, versus several hundred thousand.
Thousand, right.
Who would have been outside.
So I think a lot, but I agree. I mean, when you walk among the crowds here, there are Trump supporters here who are pleased to be here, but I think especially for that class of people who bought the big packages, John, there was a little sense of, oh, well, I wish, get my money.
But who among us at this table wouldn't mind a helicopter to get around? Because really, that's
great,
the only
especially
way
with this
right
traffic that they have. It's
only way
only
to get
going away
around.
today. But the silver lining is there are a lot of restaurants and bars getting a ton of business from MAGA supporters who have come from far and wide to be here. They seem to be very excited. And, in terms of the incoming cabinet, I have a real estate agent friend working in town, and he's very happy that the Trump cabinet is returning to buy up some of the property here.
I remember 8 years ago, Sean Spicer took to the podium and talked about crowd sizes. And obviously that since it was indoor, we didn't have that issue. But if it were outdoor, this was going to be a much bigger crowd for Trump this time than it was 8 years ago. Much bigger.
I think so.
Well, and also it's nice to see everybody get to be at Capital One Arena. I wish there were as many seats as there could be on the lawn, but this is his attempt to give people that proximity, to give them a little man of the people flair. He's maybe going to sign those executive orders, which is quite a show. So I think people will be looking forward to that.
I've been at every inauguration since 1996, and they've all been out on the platform that they build on the west front of the Capitol. And they're grand events because you look out from the Capitol building and you see a sea of people all the way back to the Washington Monument. And you think, wow, this is really a majestic event. This is really an incredible event that so many people come to be a part of it. But seeing the event inside the Capitol Dome today gave it a sense of majesty that I've not seen before in previous inaugurations.
So I'm going to reveal that I'm a very old man, John. I'm so old, John, that I was there when Ronald Reagan
did it inside.
He did it inside. Yeah,
85.
Katie wasn't born, but I was around.
1985.
Yeah, and I must tell you, as I said when we started the broadcast today, when I'm watching that, I just was reminded how special it is. That it has a different feel than what takes place outdoors. And I've known people, including my own wife, competing to get a seat outdoors. But you have a sense of distance outdoors. In that room, it was much more, as I said, in my mind, like a church service, and everyone there, and orderly, and the references even to God, as we heard repeatedly during the speeches and through the benediction, I think have more power in that moment. You're surrounded by history, you're surrounded by American glory. I really think it's a distinct event than what would be a normal inaugural.
And when I watched Reagan's inaugural from my crib, I had the same
Exactly. Yeah.
Thank you, buddy.
I had a sense of pageantry to it that the west front of the Capitol platform usually doesn't convey.
Yeah, I remember walking into the south door of the Capitol in the 2013 inauguration, holding the doors as African-American families walking out. And the last person in the family was Hank Aaron, which gave me massive chills. Right. And that's what today is. We focus on Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Republicans, Democrats. The reality is every Senate office had some form of a reception for people who were visiting from California, Connecticut, North Carolina, wherever. Congressional office, sometimes bipartisanly, to make sure that, we don't have tickets for you anymore that you can really use, but people had ticket orders for, going to the inauguration and so forth. So you have coffees and breakfasts, and this happens throughout Washington.
And in terms of the logistics for this, too, there's so many Senate staffers who are escorting Supreme Court justices, for example, who are also at the Capitol at 5 a.m. this morning, trying to get people through after all the jockeying of getting into the Rotunda. But to President Trump's credit, I mean, it would have been really easy for them to say, we're so sorry that we had to cancel the outdoor section of this. We'll see you at the White House. But they decided on a whim to change and to open up Capital One Arena for people who are in town to have the rally yesterday and to go now. And the difference between yesterday and today is that there's a desk there now in Capital One Arena, and he plans to sign some executive orders. And he had his history, just like he did when he was campaigning in 2020, brings things from the White House to the people. So he would fly on Air Force One, park it at a hangar, and then the rally would be in front of that. So people who would never have access to Air Force One could see it. So today he's bringing those executive order signings to the people who are in town.
And the camera inside the statuary hall where they're holding the lunch has come back up. It looks like the lunch is pretty much done. People are up and mingling. There's Chuck Schumer talking to Marco Rubio, who is destined, I'm sure, to become the next Secretary of State. I was speaking with him and his wife, Jeanette, on Friday night. He's looking forward to it. I joked, I said to Jeanette, I said, now that he's going to be the Secretary of State, make sure that he takes you to all the places around the world that you've never been before, like Angola and Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan.
It is an exhausting job and with tons of responsibility. And we think that as early as tonight, the Senate could actually move his nomination forward and he could actually become secretary before the end of the night. There's been talk of priority on the national security folks to be the first through possible CIA director, John Ratcliffe and others.
Attorney General.
Yeah, trying to get those through in the first batch, but it looks like Senator, possibly Secretary Rubio will be the first.
So Democrats are delaying, but if I recall correctly, Biden only got 2 of his nominees confirmed on the first day because Republicans were delaying. So why play this game with national security nominees?
Well, I think that right now there's a lot of concern, and I think you're going to see this in the discussion with Tulsi Gabbard about national security, John. She has a difficult history, having backed Bashar al-Assad in Syria, some ties in with the Putin regime that people have questions about, and then say, well, what about our allies sharing information with her? All of these issues are going to be there. That's why there may be some delays.
Hold for a second, because the House Majority Leader Steve Scalise is addressing the crowd. Can we listen in?
This statuary hall, and you look at some of the statues. Thomas Edison, he did the impossible. Elon Musk, I'm not sure if Elon's still here. Elon does some of those things himself. But you look at somebody like Rosa Parks, and she did something that many would have said couldn't be done with just a simple gesture of saying, I'm not going to sit in the back of the bus. And so the impossible is what we do in America. And President Trump said something else. He said, our golden age has just begun. America's ready for another golden age. Mr. President, we present to you these flags that were flown over the United States Capitol at full mast in honor of being sworn in as President of the United States.
Thank you, Chairwoman Klobuchar, for your leadership of today's ceremonies. President Trump, Madam First Lady, congratulations. I have the honor of presenting the Vice President with our nation's highest symbol, the American flag. As a United States Marine, the Vice President put on the uniform to protect and serve America. Like so many men and women before him in our nation's history. Old Glory was adopted in wartime by the Second Continental Congress in 1777. A full 12 years before the office of the Vice Presidency was even created, or the House of Representatives convened for the first time. The resolution said that the flag would be 13 stars, white in a blue field, representing a new constellation. Out of many, one. Some 250 years later, from Appalachia to Anacostia, Middletown to Mar-a-Lago, the Bayou to Brooklyn, we remain one nation under God. To Vice President Vance, Usha, and family, may God bless and watch over you as you begin this journey. On behalf of the Congress, we present one of the flags that flew above the Capitol today to the 50th Vice President of the United States of America, James David Vance, and wish you Godspeed.
Thank you, Leaders Scalise and Jeffries. I now ask my friend Senator Deb Fischer of Nebraska, as in the beef you had for the entree, who has been an excellent partner in planning today's events, to come up and present the inaugural photographs.
Well, my thanks to Chair Klobuchar for putting together again in the last 2 days the 60th inaugural ceremony here at the United States Capitol. Amy did a wonderful job, along with all of the committee, all of our staffs, in order for this to come together and be a very memorable experience. It is a tradition that the committee give our new President and First Lady, our Vice President, and Mrs. Vance the official photographs taken at the swearing-in ceremony. And so it is such an honor to be able to have those presented to you. I hope you will display them with pride, with honor, and with a humbleness that I know you will carry with you every single day that you serve the people of this country. May God bless you all.
Thank you, Senator Fischer. Now, on behalf of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, I'd like to present the President and Mrs. Trump and the Vice President and Mrs. Vance with these crystal Lennox vases. See them over here? For the 10th consecutive inauguration, Lennox has provided the official inaugural gift. The hand-cut etched vases display the White House for the President and the U.S. Capitol for the Vice President, because I know that he is going to enjoy not only being the Vice President, but also, as Senator Thune and Schumer know, the President of the United States Senate, and there's no better job than that. These gifts symbolize our equal branches of government as well as our enduring democracy. There they are. I will now invite Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson of Louisiana, to give the toast to the Vice President.
Thank you so much. It is my great honor to offer a toast to our new Vice President, Mr. J.D. Vance. J.D., you wrote something very poignant in your memoir. Actually, many things very poignant, but let me quote you here. What separates the successful from the unsuccessful are the expectations they had for their own lives. That's really meaningful. That expectation is a powerful thing. We remember the people in our lives who provided that to us. We all need that. Everybody needs hope and encouragement. They need a greater expectation. We need people in our lives who will make us look farther and reach higher. JD's written a lot about the people in his life that have done that. He's written about, we know the great story of your grandparents and what they did in your life. He's written about his professors and mentors that he met in law school. He writes a lot about, speaks a lot about his gracious, beautiful wife, our new second lady, Usha. Is a great inspiration as well. And JD, you yourself have been inspiring people. Your story really has. It's one of the reasons that I believe God has raised your platform as he has, because you've been so faithful to tell that story and to inspire so many others. And so our hope and our prayer is, as you continue to do this, that as you go to help us execute on the America First agenda, that you also do what you've been doing so well all along, and that is providing a model for what is possible in America. What a great story, what an inspiring story you've had, and it's just getting started. I pray specifically that you inspire a lot of the young men in America. Some of them feel hopeless and stagnant sometimes, and you're a great example to all of them and to all of us, that if you work hard and you play by the rules and you do the right thing, you can make a better life. You're now the Vice President of the United States, my friend. So everyone, will you please join me in raising a glass to our own mentors, the people who inspired all of us, to the possibilities of our own future, to these great new horizons. What a perfect choice this was for the painting, the artwork today, and to the great example of our new Vice President, Mr. J.D. Vance. You're here.
Thank you, Speaker Johnson and Vice President Vance. I will now invite my senator next door in the state of South Dakota, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, to give the toast for the President.
Well, Mr. President, Madam First Lady, congratulations. It is an honor for all of us to be able to be here today with you on this historic day as we celebrate your inauguration. Mr. President, one of the most important influences in my life when I was getting started in politics was Ronald Reagan. His philosophy of limited government, his belief in peace through strength, the strength of his convictions, were all things that appealed to me. But I was also drawn by his optimism and by his belief in America. And Mr. President, those are qualities that I see in you. One of the things that resonated throughout your campaign was the unshakable belief in our country and in her citizens. You remind us of everything that's possible in America. I'm looking forward to working with you over the next 4 years to build up our great country. It says in the scriptures that if you ask for wisdom, it will be given to you and given to you generously. And so I pray, and our prayer is, that God will richly bless you in the years ahead and grant you not only strength, but wisdom. And ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to join me in raising a glass to the President of the United States, President Donald Trump. Hear, hear.
So, this has been a long day with many other things ahead for so many of you. But I want to thank you for attending the 60th inaugural ceremonies. And as we close, we ask that you pick up a gift. All of our guests are going to get a set of commemorative glasses in embossed leather featuring the Great Seal of the United States, which Senator Fisher and I selected together, and maybe Senator McConnell added some bourbon from Kentucky. Just saying. It is now my privilege to conclude this luncheon by asking Margaret Kibben, the chaplain for the House of Representatives, to deliver the benediction. Thank you. And we know we love this eagle podium. It's pretty good, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the benediction.
Would you pray with me? Holy and merciful God, having witnessed another successful moment in the experiment that you have entrusted into the hands of the American people, we pray your blessing on our 47th President of these United States, Donald J. Trump, and Vice President James D. Vance. Ensure that this mantle of singular responsibility that you have laid upon our President's shoulders remains secure in your will and safeguarded in your keeping. Uphold him as he preserves, protects, and defends the Constitution to the best of his abilities, relying on your divine help. God of power and might, grace and mercy, grant that your spirit of counsel has access to the President's heart to search it, to his mind to examine it, to his will to test it, that his faithfulness would bear witness to your truth. Surround him with angels and advisors who will serve as your agents to guide and guard him, caution and encourage him to remain upright and blameless in your sight. Buckle the belt of truth around his waist. Place the breastplate of righteousness over his heart. Fit his feet with readiness, that your gospel of wisdom and justice will shine forth throughout President Trump's administration. We offer this prayer to the one whose voice we follow to guide all that we do and all that we hope for. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please remain at your seats as President Trump, Vice President Vance, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, and the official party depart National Statuary Hall.
All right, and this concludes the traditional luncheon. Toasts to the President and the Vice President, the handing of gifts, and the publication of the photographs, the framing of the photographs. We were joking with Doug that if everything in Congress moved that fast, they might get a lot more done.
Done, exactly.
Turn those around in an hour.
This kind of wraps up this round of festivities for now, but there's a lot of hard work ahead. And Juan, just before we took the break back into this lunch, you were talking about Tulsi Gabbard. I spotted her, I believe, at this luncheon. She's going to be one of the nominees that's going to have a tougher road in the days ahead. I've heard from Democrat and Republican lawmakers who have concerns about some of the things that you mentioned, but also her position on Section 702 of FISA, which, you know, is used to track and monitor foreign threats, but often scoops up Americans in that. And so she'd voted against it, wanted to dismantle it. She says now that there have been reforms to it, she feels better about moving forward with allowing the intelligence community to use tools like that. But she's got some real tough hurdles on both the left and the right of the aisle.
I think so. And, you know, she was a Democrat. And so I think there's some people on the Republican side who remember that and just kind of puzzled, you know, can we trust her with the nation's secrets? So I think it's not a partisan issue, and we know about the polarized times, but I don't think it's intended to offend the incoming president, Mr. Trump, so much as to say there are concerns about intelligence, the intelligence apparatus in the country, and we referenced earlier what's going on at the FBI in crisis as we speak. So I think that there's a reason for some of these delays, even though national security is paramount.
All right. Just to let you know where we go from here, the president, after he leaves Statuary Hall, is going to go into another area of the Capitol in which they'll take the official photographs of the president, the vice president, and the Joint Congressional Committee on inauguration ceremonies. And then from there, he's going to go back down to Emancipation Hall, where he will conduct the first honors military ceremony. It's a review of the troops. It's to symbolize his transition again to be the commander-in-chief. And then from there, he will depart the Capitol, get in the motorcade, and go over to the Capital One Arena, where people have anxiously been awaiting his arrival as the proceedings have gone a little bit over their scheduled time. And then there's going to be a grand celebration, Shannon, in that vaunted place where the Capitals play, as well as the Wizards. And today, the floor is Donald Trump's.
It is. And there will be the rounds of inaugural balls tonight. They'll be commentating on the fashions. You gentlemen often just get away with a sharp tuxedo. You look good, and it's done. But the women today, it's interesting. We've talked earlier about how there were a number of designers who did not want to get involved with the First Lady, Melania Trump. First time around, they were hesitant. Some of them did step up. But today, as Katie and I have been talking over here, some of these designers are putting out their tweets, their social media, you know, immediately taking credit for some of these outfits and saying, oh, no, we're here to work with you this time around.
And can we talk about the challenge of looking elegant and cute and put together in 12-degree wind
and not freezing and 5-inch heels.
Well done, everyone.
Katie's got some intelligence on Melania Trump's designer.
Okay, so the beautiful hat that we have seen was by American designer Eric Javits, and I am missing the designer dress, so we'll have to get that later. But I could look it up if you'd like.
And Doug seems to know something about Mr. Javits.
I think he's the great nephew of Jacob Javits of New York political fame. But I also remember there's every 4-year tradition in Washington that women wear very beautiful ball gowns in January and don't wear overcoats. I'll never understand that one.
It is brutal. It is brutal, but as you schlep from ball to ball, that's a whole other fun creative thing that happens in Washington on this night of January 20th. But you're right, it's almost always incredibly cold. The dresses do not come in flannel, and it is tough from get from event to event.
So we're going to have to wrap it up in the next 2.5 minutes and hand it over to Mike Emanuel and Jackie Heinrich to continue our coverage from the Capital One Center. But before we go, how about some final thoughts about what we saw today and what lies ahead?
History was made today, and you just can't get away from it. We can argue about this and that policies, polarization, but Donald J. Trump, as you pointed out repeatedly, the second president ever to take office non-consecutively. I would also point out that given what we saw in terms of the order of the process of his inauguration this time, it's a stark contrast to what we saw January 6th and his refusal to attend when Biden was inaugurated. And then, of course, we have arguments about what's going on in the government itself. And Trump brings a different vision. And we heard in his inaugural address today a promise for a golden era, a new start. I think for people who have been his critics, people in the Democratic Party especially, there's worry. And I just don't want us to ignore people who have some concerns, anxieties about what is to come in a second Trump term.
We are certainly witnessing history, and to have watched the arc that Donald Trump has traveled has been something else. And I was moved at times to hear him talk about the assassination attempt and to just revisit how close we came to something truly, truly awful happening to everyone in our country in that moment. And I do believe he was spared, and I think it's appropriate to talk about that and to be thankful for it as a nation, because that would have thrown us into some very terrible times. I am optimistic. I think they're quickly picking these nominations. They are prepared. He's put himself on stronger ground than he was in 2017, and I think he will be treated as such. But a honeymoon is called a honeymoon because it doesn't last forever. So.
Katie.
All right, the dress is by Adam Lips, a custom-made Navy suit, actually not a dress. And again, the hat by Eric Javits. But quickly, I'll just leave you with what President Trump said today. He said, "The spirit of the frontier is written in our hearts." And he said, "The impossible is what we do best." And buckle in, everyone, because this man doesn't sleep, and we are already off to the races. So looking forward to watching and covering.
Well, we've talked about bipartisanship and the potential today. One name that we haven't talked about, even though we saw a whole lot of her, is Amy Klobuchar. Donald Trump always says, this person was nice to me, and that's a big benefit for him. She was the one in charge. She ran the committee for the big, beautiful show that he had, and that may give her an opportunity to be a key player if he's going to get bipartisanship, bipartisan means through.
Yeah, and she may have some presidential ambitions of her own in the future.
And I would add that after being in the Brady press room in the West Wing for 4 years covering the first Donald Trump administration, my colleagues in the White House press corps have got a hell of a 4 years.
There's no sleep till Brooklyn.
Exactly. It's been great being with you this afternoon.
You too, my friend.
All right. We are going to hand it off now to Mike Emanuel and Jackie Heinrich to continue our coverage. Jackie, Mike.
John, Shannon, thanks very much.
Great show, you guys. Thank you both. Welcome to our coverage of the inauguration of Donald J. Trump. I'm Jackie Heinrich.
And I'm Mike Emanuel. It's 4 p.m. here in Washington. Jackie, great to be working with you on this historic day in American politics. I'm always fascinated in inaugurations, seeing the interactions of people from different parties, people you might think aren't friends. On this historic day, as there's a peaceful transfer of power in America, you see Republicans and Democrats chatting it up, shaking hands. It gives you hope that